Can you all remain standing for a moment of silent prayer and meditation? Thank you very much. You may all be seated. Document. Oh, okay, sure. Good morning, honorable members. Let me take this opportunity to greet our honorable Premier, members of the Executive Council, leaders of political parties, ladies and gentlemen, the people of Gauteng, our guests coming from various institutions. We have about 40 guests for the Department of Education, which comprise of about 36 principals, 2 learners, and we're also happy that the MEC has brought in the parents. They're both welcome. The Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, expecting 80 guests. The Department of Roads and Transport, expecting 40 guests. The Department of Social Development, expecting 10 guests, as well as exhibitors at the public forum. On Tuesday, the Department of Agriculture also brought in some exhibitors at the public forum. I think, colleagues, when you have a chance, please and go and look what our small, medium enterprises are actually doing in Gauteng. Let me acknowledge everyone. While I do so, let me call upon the Chief Whip, or Deputy Chief Whip, or I will say Acting Chief Whip for now, to bring in your new member. We are going to be swearing in a new member today. Thank you, colleagues. Shh. Sit down. Why are you sitting? Sit down. Honorable Masilela, thank you. We know that you are writing exams and you are going to pass, my dear. Let me, please allow me to actually do this. Honorable, you're not yet honorable. Mr. Magaman, are you going to do an oath? Okay. What I'm going to ask you to do is to read an oath as we are given there. And when you are done, just raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
Thank you, Speaker.
Come closer to the mic.
Thank you and all and member of the legislature of the province of Gauteng to the best of my ability. So help me, Lord.
Thank you very much. We're now going to sign the oath.
am I done? Where do I go? Huh? Thank you. I must wait.
Honorable members, now that we have signed the oath of a new member, Honorable Ramulife, please don't be jealous. I wish to declare that Errol Vincent Magaman is now an official member of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. Deputy Chief Whip, you can now take your member. Honorable members, colleagues, I know that you are all excited that Honorable Magaman is back. We'll know that in the previous term, he was the chairperson of economic development, is now back at the Gauteng legislature. Colleagues and our guest, Masilela, Honorable Masilela, please. In case of an emergency or on hearing an emergency alarm, please note the following. The Sergeant at Arms, together with service officers, will assist honorable members and visitors to evacuate the house through the nearest exit. The guests in the auditorium will be assisted by evacuation wardens to evacuate. The closest exit from the house and auditorium is red carpet, stairs leading out to Risick Street. Please do stay calm all the time, do not panic, but also do not use the lifts. You will use the stairs only. The routes are Albertina Sisulu Streets, the Risick Street down the red carpet, and the Helen Joseph. And our assembly points will be the Payas Nodie in the event of the alarm. And please don't panic. This is supposed to be procedural. I'm not saying something will happen. Colleagues, honorable members, we have received only one apology. Honorable Lidwaba, who has an appointment at the embassy, but she will be able to join virtually. That's the only apology that we have so far. I want to check if is there any other member who wants to make an announcement? There is none. In terms of the motion without notice, in terms of Rule 120, there is none. MEC statements in terms of Rule 79, subsection 1, there is none. Member statement in terms of Rule 81, subsection 1. Honorable Shabalala.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The ANC has collapsed Emfuleni local municipality and is continuing to reign what was once a beautiful municipality. It will not come as a surprise should Emfuleni soon be declared insolvent. Last year, the Minister of Finance, Enoch Godogwana, painted a picture of how political dysfunctionality is negatively affecting service delivery in half of the 257 municipalities nationally. I presume that Emfuleni ranks high as one of the most politically dysfunctional municipalities in the country at the hands of the ANC. As a resident and active community activist in Emfuleni, I witnessed the damage being done by corrupt politicians and incompetent officials daily. Raw sewer overflowing on our streets, uncollected refuse, and potholes damaging our cars have become part of our daily lives in Emfuleni. The issue of Emfuleni not being able to pay rainwater and Eskom is not new to this House, Madam Speaker. However, there is nothing tangible that the Gauteng provincial government has done to rescue this municipality from the cash flow challenges. Emfuleni is wasting money by outsourcing services that can be done in-house. To make matters worse, this municipality is paying a salary to a suspended chief financial officer for sitting at home while he's being prevented from returning to work. Furthermore, unions have been negotiating with the municipality to ensure that staff salaries are paid on time due to the municipality's account being attached to both Renota and Eskom. Also note, Madam Speaker, employees were supposed to be paid yesterday, and by 10 this morning, they haven't received their salaries. Will we ever see the municipality's accounts back in the hands, or will it become the new normal? The situation is severely affecting business, municipality employees, and the lives of residents and their families. Madam Speaker, the current administration has failed the residents of Emfuleni, and it's high time that they hand over the governance of this municipality to a political party that has the will to turn things around. 2026 is too far as residents continue to suffer. Yesterday, when tabling an oversight report, Member Hassan misled this House that Emfuleni does not have a municipal manager and a CFO. Member Hassan, Mr. April Ntuli was appointed as the municipal manager of Emfuleni in April 2023. Emfuleni has a CFO, Mr. Andile Jakala, who was suspended in March 2022, with his case being concluded in August 2022 with a final written verdict. Yet the ANC in Emfuleni instructed the MM to take the matter on a review at the Labour Court and block the CFO from returning to work by taking a bogus council resolution to extend his suspension, even though the case was concluded. Might I add that to date, the CFO has been paid 1.7 million just to sit at home. Honorable Speaker, to date, Emfuleni municipality has spent just over 5 million on legal fees to fight a labor matter. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Dr. Masugu.
Good morning, Madam Speaker and honorable members and citizens of Gauteng. I stand by to make a member statement in terms of Rule 81, Section 1. We stand here today after we buried Honorable Member Joe Mpisi and Ambassador Billy Masetla. As the ANC, we lower our banners in honor of these great heroes who contributed in fighting for liberation and in building a new democracy in the new country, South Africa. And today we also sit here after the continent has celebrated and commemorated Africa's Day, the day in which the OAU was established with the intention to unite and develop a post-colonial Africa's agenda. In 2023, Africa's challenges still remain disease, poverty, and wars, and they still continue to irritate our being and our soul. We remain with the burden of making Africa's agenda to triumph as this generation. Crime is becoming a big problem and a big burden for our society. We welcome that Gauteng, as led by a capable Premier Panyaza Lesufi, has elevated fighting crime to an apex priority. The expeditious introduction of technology and the usage of drones, the introduction of the 6,000 Amapanyaza on the ground, which have continuously increased visibility and patrolling in our society and in our communities is highly appreciated. There's a TV program called Sizokuthola, which is aired on Sundays at Umoja Love DSTV program, which its main objective is to identify and apprehend drug dealers in our community. We commend this TV program, as we commend all the other community initiatives and organizations which stand tall and fast in fighting crime in our communities. It's an important thing that we unite as the Gauteng citizens to make sure that we create a bulwark against crime which will continue to push back the efforts of criminals in our province. We shall insist, but that those initiatives and community programs, including the TV programs, we insist that they should do that within the stipulations of the law and the constitution of the country so that the fight becomes effective and it's recognizable. Thank you.
Honorable Malema.
Re ke leboge motlhomphegi mme seboledi sa lekgotla theramelao la province ya Gauteng motlhomphegi mme Mekgwe. Madam Speaker, allow me to basically start off by extending my hand of fraternal greetings to yourself, to the House and the people of Gauteng. In accordance with Rule 81, Sub-Rule 1, I, Honorable Diwutso Paul Malema, tables the following member statement on Africa Day. Madam Speaker, on the 25th of May 1963, Africa made history with the birthing of the first post-independence African institution, the Organization of African Unity, which was later renamed African Union in 2002. The OAU was established with the purpose of driving a vision of Africa that is united, free, and in control of its own destiny. Madam Speaker, yesterday, the 25th of May, 2023, marked the 60th anniversary of the formation of the OAU. The 25th of May is today known as the Africa Day. It is set aside to celebrate and acknowledge the successes of the OAU and symbolizes Africa's commitment to peace, democracy, and economic development. The day is celebrated by Africans around the globe, Madam Speaker. The 2023 Africa Day was celebrated under the theme, Accelerating the Implementation of the African Continental Free Trade, close quote. Africa is faced with many challenges, as you'll be aware, amongst them poverty. This is the reason why the African Continental Free Trade Area remains the greatest initiative. Its acceleration will provide significant results for Africa and her people. According to the AU, the African Continental Free Trade Area will lift 30 million people from extreme poverty and another 68 million people from moderate poverty. Madam Speaker, the ANC understands that there can never be a better South Africa without a better Africa. Hence, a better Africa is a better Africa in a better world remains a priority in our agenda. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
That concludes member statements. I wish to check if is there a member who wants to give notice of a motion in terms of Rule 121. There is none. Thank you very much. Can I request the Secretary to read the first order?
Consideration of the Education Portfolio Committee's oversight report on the detail of the Department of Education's budget, Vote 5, of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G001 of 2023 for the 2023-2024 financial year.
Honorable Munyaye.
Honorable Speaker, I raised before this House that the report that I did not read should be considered as read. Esteemed Honorable Speaker, honorable members and the people of Gauteng who have a keen interest in education, I, Honorable Chidzi Mnyai, the acting chairperson of Education Portfolio Committee, tables the committee's oversight report on Gauteng Department of Education Budget Vote 5 of the Provincial Appropriation Bill for the financial year 2023-2024 as follows. The oversight role of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature is provided for in the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, and one of the most critical roles of Education Committee of Gauteng Provincial Legislature is to ensure that the provincial investment in the education sector effectively projects the national and the provincial priorities. The committee's assessment of the Gauteng Department of Education budget for the year 2023-2024 utilized the sector oversight model to verify whether the proposed input translate to output in order to realize the required outcomes, thus ensuring that the funds appropriated to the department are used cost effectively. The financial year 2023-2024 budget shows that the department received the funds from both national and provincial revenue in a form of equitable shares and conditional grants. For the financial year 2023-24, the Gauteng Department of Education received the allocation of 59.7 billion from the main appropriation and the 3.7 billion in conditional grants. The conditional grants allocation constitutes 5.9% of the total allocation. The total increase, therefore, relates to the 63.4 billion in the financial year 2023-2024. The department's budget grows by 4.2 billion over the 2023 MTEF from 63.6 billion in the financial year 2023-2024 to 67.7 billion in the year 2025-2026. In the medium term, the department received additional funding for almost 8.3 billion in equitable share. Of the total increase, 7.56 billion is for the compensation of employees, for which 3.5 billion will be allocated for the carry-through cost of the 3% wage agreement that was implemented in the year 2022 financial year, and 4.2 billion is allocated to assist the department over the shortfall in the budget. Honorable Speaker, we must say that related to the issues of the purpose, the oversight role of Gauteng provincial legislature, as I said earlier, is provided for within the Constitution. But I must say, Honorable Speaker, that the oversight on strategic priorities relates to seeing the improvements of the outcomes of the basic education system, continue to invest and expand access to early childhood development, the Accelerated School Infrastructure Delivery Initiative Program to deliver the modern facilities of schools in rural and underprivileged urban areas across the country. Honorable Speaker, I must say that I must raise the issues related to the concern of the Oversight Portfolio Committee. In this regard, though we know that the department would have made a significant progress in all areas of performance, there were some challenges that we think we need to emphasize for the Portfolio Committee going forward. Some of the issues that we think are findings and proposed recommendations and implication for lawmaking as the committee finding and concern will be the committee is concerned with the delays in the delivery of infrastructure projects, including the 15 projects that commence over the period of 5 years. The committee knows the water supply challenges in Amaskral under the DA-led government area. It's concerned that the learners may not have access to clean water. The committee welcomes the plans for the 18 budget facility for infrastructure, the BFI, funded school that is concerned that the list does not include special school. but through the engagement with the department, those issues would have been clarified. I must say, esteemed Honorable Speaker and the honorable members and the people of Gauteng, that Gauteng Department on its areas of mandate and focus, they have made significant progress. There are still little challenges remaining that they need to follow through, as are raised as a matter of concern in the report. I must acknowledge the Portfolio Committee on Education, the MEC for Education, Honorable Chilwane, and the senior official led by the acting HOD for the presentation of the budget and substantial and sustained efforts they have made to inform the Portfolio Committee on the details on budget vote. As the acting chairperson, I would like to thank the Honorable Portfolio Committee members, Honorable Hassan Macheke Makubela, Ramdipo Dos Santos Masilela, and Honorable Alberts and Adams, for their dedication and support during the process of our work. The Portfolio Committee would like to thank the Group Committee Coordinator, Suziwe Mbalo, Senior Researcher Nelwi, Senior Coordinator Gaya, Committee Coordinator Mashilwane, Committee Administrator Gekana, Committee Researcher Makura, Hansard Recorder it's Singh, Service Officer Mentlapo, Media Officer Mr. Ndou, and Senior Information Officer Mr. Litsualo, Public Participation Support Mutibi, and Ms. Matebula and Mtwazi, and the commitment they've shown during the budget process. I must say, this team and the senior official of the department, they've been the backbone of this Department of Education. In accordance with Rule 117, subsection 2C, read together with Rule 16, subsection 164, I, Chidizim Nyai, the acting chairperson of Education Portfolio Committee, hereby recommends that the Education Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the Gauteng Department of Education Budget Vote 5, report for the financial year 2023-2024 be adopted by the House, taking into account the committee's concerns and the proposed recommendation made in this report. Finally, I must thank the CFO for working together with the acting HOD to make our work successful. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any seconder to the report?
Others.
I rise to second.
Report seconded. I now put a question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All not in favor say no. The ayes have it. The report is adopted by the House. Can the Secretary read the second order?
Budget speech and debate on the detail of the Department of Education, Budget Vote 05 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill, G001-2023 for financial year 2023-2024.
Honorable MEC.
Thank you, Speaker. Madam Speaker, Honorable Premier, Deputy Speaker, honorable members of the Executive Council, honorable members of the Legislature, invited guests from the education community, including representatives of the teacher unions and governing body associations, officials of the Department of Education, my special guests in the gallery, comrades and friends. Honorable Speaker and members, I want to also first start by acknowledging two learners from the special school sector in the gallery today, Nkanyiso Mtimunye and Basimani Mutsamai, as well as their parents. These two learners I've taken them to spend a day with me as the MEC, I'm deeply humbled as well to be assigned the task by the 6th Administration under the leadership of Honorable Premier Panyaza Sufi, as well as the ANC-led government, to table the budget vote, which is the #1 priority of government, which is education. Allow me to also pay my respects, in fact, our respects on behalf of the education sector, on the passing of Comrade Joe Mpisi, who was the chairperson of Education Portfolio Committee, who was, until the last day of his life, last moment of his life, struggling for better education in our province. Honourable members, as I deliver my very first budget speech as MEC for Education, I'm pleased to be part of a province that has made great strides in education, and I take immense pleasure in sharing the visible gains made in education by my predecessors. I draw your attention to efforts made in closing the gap in quality education between the fee-paying schools and the no-fee-paying schools, as well as achieving universal access to schooling. I'm proud to present the budget plan that aims to focus on the consolidation of a 5-year strategic plan with special emphasis on the Premier's elevated priorities to build on the successes achieved to date and to adjust our focus to achieve and make even greater impact for the citizens of Gauteng. As we witness the levels of dissatisfaction in some communities across the province, it will be apt to quote Amilcar Cabral, who said, open quote, "People do not struggle for ideas or something that exists in the mind of individuals, but for change in their material living conditions. National liberation, transformation, struggle for human rights, all these words remain meaningless if they are not related to transformation of their daily lives of the oppressed people." Honourable Speaker, the elevated priorities for education responds to the key challenges facing the people of Gauteng. We need to ensure that education contributes to the reduction of inequalities in our population. Foremost amongst these challenges is access to quality schooling in the communities we live in and to respond to the high level of migration into the province. In his State of the Province address, the Premier unveiled the elevated priorities for the 6th Administration to focus on these elevated for accelerated implementation for the remainder of the 6th Administration. This is within the context of the adopted 5-year plans and GGD 2030. Madam Speaker, the 2023-24 budget is 63.4 billion, which will be used to accelerate our plight for better and more equitable education in the province. Of this, 46 billion, or 72.6% of the budget, will spend on compensation of employees. Over 7.89 billion accounts for transfers and subsidies. The budget for infrastructure is allocated at 2.6 billion, and that leaves around 7 billion for programs such as nutrition, transport, and other goods and services. This year, honourable members, as a province, we are targeting 90% pass rate for matric. And more importantly, we are targeting to narrow down the percentage of pass between ex-Model C schools and no-fee schools in townships. This is significant because last year or this year we managed to lower it from 11% to 9%, which our target is 7% this year. And furthermore, we are targeting a 50% bachelor pass and emphasis bachelor pass rate for all our matriculants. We will continue to support our matriculants, especially in township schools, with various programs. We are going to continue to invest in what we call skills for the future. We have recently launched the multi-certification program on the 15th of March at Katlehong School of Specialization. This program seeks to ensure that learners, when they leave matric, they don't spend 12 years to get one certificate, which is the senior certificate, but they will have 12 other certificates which they'll receive per year from grade 1 until grade 12, outlining various skills, and all of them will be certified. We have different programs in relation as to what are we targeting at different levels, but more importantly, we'll be focusing on ICT skills, because we are in the fourth or rather fifth industrial revolution. We have furthermore, Honorable Speaker and members of the legislature, school of specialization, which we'll be launching across the corridors. So far, we have launched 22, and then we have got the remainder of 14. The reason is 14, that the initial was 35. So BMW has come on board to form partnership so that we can launch the 36th School of Specialization. Will be the BMW School of Specialization, where BMW investing not only money, but also contributing to the curriculum there. So with that, we will be investing 291 million into resourcing the schools of specialization, and furthermore, another 60.7 million from the TSS RG grant for the expansion of technical high schools. In inclusion for full service schools, we will be investing in the special schools the first 75.4 million to ensure that we increase access, early screening, and identification. And furthermore, we'll invest another 89.3 million that will spend on the psychosocial support for inclusive education. This is what we'll be spending for our special schools, so that we are able to identify our learners very early on, so that we can be able to place them in. ECD function has recently moved to, time is moving. Yeah, okay. Hey, there's no time. Yes, we will be building the ECD of the future, which will be investing 29 million rand in that ECD of the future. That institution will be, in that institution, it will be focusing on for IR and many other activities inside. So we'll be spending 29 million on it. We will be spending 122 million. That's 122 million will be allocated to the welfare and well-being of learners that will be identified through our welfare, that will be affected by substance abuse and crime. So that's how much we'll be allocating. On school safety, we're investing 181 million. That will be recruitment of 5,000 plus patrollers together with community safety that will be looking after our school. We are not calling them security because Syria is taking us to court. We are calling them school monitoring supporters. They'll be monitoring the movement of learners and teachers. So I don't want to be quoted that we'll be employing security guards there. We will continue to invest in ensuring that we deal with poverty alleviation with no peak in schools, which is about 1,387, accounting for 1.5 million learners, and together with school nutrition for 1.6 million learners, scholar transport for 210,000 learners, and school sports, which will continue, the Wednesday school sports as well, we'll continue with it. So all of these programs for nutrition is 1.3 billion, for scholar transport is 1.3 billion, for school sports is 43 million. So we'll be concluding our e-learning program in the current year. Currently, we have equipped almost 8,000 classrooms. We are left with another 10,000, 5,000 are ready. For this program to conclude, we'll be allocating 1.1 billion for it. And for youth development, as I draw to a close, we will be doing a program that is structured and unstructured together with municipalities. This month, the coming month of Youth Month, we are targeting 1 million young people to be indirectly and directly impacted by the different initiatives in our province. And for youth development as a province, we will be investing no less than 1.5 billion. That includes skilling, that includes bursaries, that includes internship, that includes learnership. So that is how much the provincial government of Gauteng is taking the issues of young people. We will be spending as much as 1.5 billion, and that excludes the partnerships that we'll be making with different entities across the province. So as I conclude, I want to remind the House that as the African National Congress,
Thank you, MEC.
we continue
Thank
to
you.
Thank you very much.
Next 10 minutes.
Can I take
Honorable
over 10
Hassan.
minutes?
Honorable Hassan.
Madam Speaker, Honourable Premier in absentia, Honourable MECs, the Chief Whip of the Majority Party, Honourable Members, and most importantly, the people of Gauteng. Madam Speaker, we stand on the shoulders of giants, and I cannot begin this debate without acknowledging the late chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Comrade Joe Mbisi. When I arrived at the legislature, he was someone who took me under his wing and taught me the ropes. He was patient and kind in a space that is too often toxic and venomous. He came from a generation where this work is a life calling, and I would like to take a moment of silence to honour him and all those that we have lost since this administration began in 2019. Thank you. Madam Speaker, in 2019, when I arrived in this august House, my maiden speech was to debate this very same education budget vote on the 31st of July 2019. And it seems only fitting that one of the last budgets we debate in this administration, it should be education. The very same field that forced us to be activists, that forced us out onto the streets, chanting and shouting, fees must fall, while choking on tear gas and dodging rubber bullets. In the same manner we fought on the streets, we must fight within the system to bring about a free, decolonized and quality education that is accessible to the masses of our people. And that is at the very center of this debate and the education system that the very same ANC-led government has poured a great deal of resources, expertise and time into building. Madam Speaker, the last 5 years have seen the Gauteng Education Department rise above the rest through the stewardship of now Premier Panyaza Lesufi and MEC Matume Chilwane. The budget before us was born from an ANC-led government who analysed the state of education, reviewed our priorities, and married the two through budget, expertise, and resource. And therefore, in order to understand this budget and ultimately support it, one must look at the state of education right now and the priorities over this administration and our vision for the future. In terms of the state of education, Madam Speaker, the sixth administration has been a period marred by poor economic growth and, importantly, the crippling global COVID-19 pandemic. And despite all of this, the Department of Education still prevailed. And I can see the opposition somewhat starting to shuffle in their seats. So let me put across the cold, hard facts and let us see what this budget and previous budgets have achieved up to now. The Southern and Eastern African Consortium for Monitoring Educational Quality conducts surveys every 5 years. On reading, the Gauteng province outperformed both national and SACMEC countries for SACMEC 3 and 4. During SACMEC 3, Gauteng province led both national and those countries and moved from a score of 573 to 599, with national scoring only 495 and 558 respectively. Regarding mathematics, Gauteng province outperformed both national and SACMEC countries, especially for SACMEC 3, where we moved from a score of 554 to 615, with national scoring 495 and 587 respectively. These significant differences place the Gauteng system above the rest regarding reading and mathematics, but they're not the only metrics we can look at. The Trends in International Mathematical and Science Studies, TIMSS, is a 4-yearly cross-national assessment of the math and science knowledge at a 4th and 5th grade and 8th and 9th grade level. Gauteng province scored 421 points in mathematics and 422 in science, while national and other provinces scored well below Gauteng at 389 and 370 for math and science respectively. In terms of the PIRLS, the Progress in International Reading and Literacy Study, which news outlets were recently reporting on, and for those who may not know, PIRLS provides internationally comparative data on how well children read by assessing their reading achievements. And while there's room for improvement on a national level, the 2021 PIRL result for Gauteng shows a minimal decline from 2019 in grade 4, and in fact improved on a grade 6 level. In terms of the grade 12 NSC results and bachelor passes, GDE, the pass rate, has consistently been higher than the national pass rate, and that trend continues. A great achievement to note is the progress made by Gauteng in closing the gap between former town and township schools, and that pass rate has closed the gap between 12 and 9%, which is ultimately where we're going. We want the gap to be at 0. In 2022, the NSC examinations, 24 learners from township schools received total marks, which means they achieved 100% of those examinations in mathematics, business economics, and economics, fundamental skills to building this country. The average GDE pass rate from 2010 to 2021 was 84.3%, as opposed to the national average of 74.6%. And in 2022, the final NSC grade 12 cohort of learners achieved an 84.43% pass rate. The Western Cape, by the way, ranked 4th in the country, with Gauteng really well above it. So it's very clear in terms of the numbers where Gauteng ranks in terms of education. The key priorities in the vision of our department, but also of an ANC-led government. Given now that we've set the tone on the current state, let's delve into those as part of the 5-year plan. The 2023-2024 budget takes into account the learner in migration increase of 7.5%, and that equates to a whopping increase of 8,214 learners. The majority of these learners are from other provinces, while a small amount accounted for foreign nationals. That shows us that people and parents want their children to be in Gauteng schools, given its quality and given its high level. Madam Speaker, it's also a common assertion that education is the basis for development. A country like ours has a huge focus on that development, and a long-term investment in education is articulated also in Section 29 of the Constitution, recognizing the right to basic education across the board. In terms of priority 1, early childhood development, this budget has supported the universalization of grade R, currently sitting at over 156,000 learners enrolled. The plan is to develop a new pre-grade R, that's grade RR approach, that focuses on the skills needed in a 4th industrial revolution world, and that system is currently being realized in the budget. The ECD shift from social development to education is well underway and in fact has been completed. And our chief focus of the SDGs covering universal access to primary education is progressing quite well, given that we're at 95%. Priority 2 is around the promotion of quality education across all classrooms. And the island coast nation of Seychelles is one of the benchmarks in which the department is looking at in terms of strengthening the quality of that learning. Priority 3 is changing the education landscape to accelerate relevant and quality learning. It's about empowerment, not just about giving people skills. It's beyond that. The plan seeks to rationalize undersubscribed schools, twin and optimize resources, small schools and the normalization of grade structures, having new and improved school infrastructure, and adhering to the national norms and standards. It's also about creating safe schools that embody social cohesion, patriotism, non-violence, and that covers things from school sports to school health, safety patrollers, psychosocial support, and other pro-poor interventions. The school nutrition program also falls a part of this. In terms of priority 5, and this one's very important, Gauteng youth having a smooth transition between education and work. And some of the highlights include awarding bursaries to the top learners of no-fee-paying schools and other priority areas, workplace and experiential learning to increase youth employability programs, career counseling and guidance, developing skills programs to align those skills required by the 4th Industrial Revolution and transformation, building the skills base needed to drive and sustain GCR, interventions that take a corridor focus, responding to the skills need of local labour markets, developing intervention programs to address youth unemployment and ensure that youth contribute towards the economic development of the province and this country. There's bursary programs for historically disadvantaged institutions and TVETs that are currently targeting critical skills areas and closing the gap for the missing middle. And of course, steering bursary funding towards digital skills, learnerships and internships. The ANC-led government has increased the Gauteng education budget by 6.2%, and this results in a rand value of 63.4 billion rand in the 23-24 financial year, which will go a long way in facilitating the implementation of the programs that I've spoken to above. Madam Speaker, in South Africa, as is the case in many other developing nations globally, we are increasingly faced with serious challenges. These include poverty, inequality, unemployment, illiteracy, the widening gap between the rich and the poor, proliferating acts of violence and social exclusion, children living below the poverty line, and the right to education is enshrined in our Constitution is as valuable in that bid to eradicate poverty and tackle those challenges. And the budget that's being put forward by the ANC is intentional and seeks to contribute to the renewal and recommitment to quality basic education. Madam Speaker, I wish to address something fundamental related to the current state of things. And this part is more for the people in the gallery and those watching at home. I know the situation in South Africa seems bleak, and I know that we feel these challenges may be insurmountable. We feel the pain of slow economic growth, of electricity, of crime, of corruption, but I want to remind you that we as South Africans are made of tougher stuff. We have survived the impossible, horrific colonialism and gruesome apartheid. There was a time that we felt that our beloved nation was on its knees, and yet we overcame. We threw off our shackles and built a free and democratic South Africa despite all the naysayers, despite the negativity. And many of those who fought for that freedom sit before you in this house on this side of the chamber. We as young people must now rise to the occasion. It must be us that lift South Africa out of this quagmire. During Fees Must Fall in 2015 and 16, everybody told us we would never achieve our goal. They told us it was a pipe dream. They vilified us. But we stayed the course because we believed in something bigger. A future of this country that was decided by and for young people. And we achieved the impossible. We did in 2 to 3 years what nobody could do in 25 years before us. And so it must be the millions of young people in this country who will carry the baton post-1994. It must be us who roll up our sleeves and work towards a better life, not just for us, but for those who come before or after us. And in whatever field or industry, whether you're coaching the local soccer club, going into an underprivileged school to contribute your skills and time, help support a community food garden, defeat spatial apartheid and the rise of fascism in our country, the responsibility is now on our shoulders. President Thabo Mbeki, in his inaugural speech, profoundly said, "Those who complete the course will do so only because they do not, as fatigue sets in, convince themselves that the road ahead is still too long, the inclines too steep, the loneliness impossible to bear, and the prize itself of doubtful value." And that is what I read when the pangs of defeat try to overcome us. This is what we must remind ourselves of. So we will not, Madam Speaker, and the people of Gauteng and the people of this country, we will not, as the fatigue and disillusion attempts to set in, we will not give up. We will not run away to faraway lands. We will stay and we will rebuild this country brick by brick, day by day. And by the time we are done, as a generation of young people, no one will dare say that we were apathetic, and no one will dare say that we turned a blind eye. Madam Speaker, as the ANC, we support this budget. We will jealously guard the gains we have made over the last 5 years, and indeed, you have not seen the last of us. We will continue to fight for the realization of the ideals of the Freedom Charter until our dying breaths. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Ramlifo.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable members, the Gauteng Department of Education must prioritize conducive teaching and learning environments. This will enable teachers to teach and learners to learn. We note the 63 billion budget allocated to the department. However, we must first concede that, as the province, there's a huge infrastructure backlog, with a demand to build more than 120 new schools due to urbanization and in-migration. Our schools are aging and dilapidated and in need of refurbishment and renovation. The need to eradicate more than 300 asbestos and dilapidated mobile schools remains crucial. This requires a proper implementation plan. The ANC-led government has dismally failed to plan and implement school infrastructure projects, exacerbating the problem. In the past 5 years, the Department of Infrastructure failed to finish the following funded projects. Ahanang Intermediate Primary, Kwaha Holdings was appointed to implement this project. Bramfisher Primary School, TCT Civils was appointed to build this school. 89 million was the initial budget. 84 million has already been paid. To finish the project, it will cost taxpayers 97 million. Kwade Dangendale Secondary School, LBMC Consulting was appointed to implement this project. 16 million was the initial budget, but 25 million has been paid. And additional 13 million is required to complete the project. Nancyfield Primary School, Clear Choice Builders was appointed to build this school. 55 million was paid, and 87 million is estimated to be spent to complete this project. Currently, learners are congested in mobile classrooms next door. Tubelihle Primary School, Gloziman Trading was appointed to rehabilitate this school. 4 million was spent, and 11 million is needed to complete the project. Hillcrest Primary School, CV Shaban and Associate was appointed to refurbish this school. The budget was 9 million, but 10 million has been spent to date. It will cost the school 19 million more to complete this. Maibuye Primary School, Basic Blue Neighbor West JV was appointed to build the school, which cannot be occupied while learners are subjected to the dilapidated mobile classrooms. 98 million has already been spent, while the budget was 88 million. And what we are going to pay to complete this school is 125 million. LG Olele Secondary School, Dow Construction was appointed to do major rehabilitation and additional classrooms. 28 million was the budget and 15 million was already been spent. Then there was additional 110 million budget adjustment and 83 million was spent, but the project is still incomplete. Lairs School, Frigimeya, Mongo Construction was appointed to refurbish and rehabilitate the school. 18 million has already been spent, but the project is still incomplete. Rasteval Secondary School, Kondoko PTY Ltd was appointed to build a replacement school. To date, 55 million has been spent. The contractor abandoned the site and no new contract exists. We have schools like Sizuzile Primary School in Tsakane, where a tender was advertised in July 2022, and to date, there's not even a single brick at the school, while learners are learning in dilapidated mobile structures. Learners have not been attending school for more than a month. At Durban D Primary School, we were told that the school will be completed by the end of March 2023. Per the department's third quarter report, I think it's page 37, can you believe that there's not even a single brick on site? Madam Speaker, GDE spent 9.5 million on site establishment in Johannesburg, Ward 97, in the 2017-18 financial year. Yet, as we speak, there's no school. So Panorama Primary number 2 has been abandoned. Out of 18 new schools that were meant to be built, there's no public school for special needs learners, despite the high demand to place these learners. There is an embankment avalanche at Noktula Elsen School. This school was handed over in 2018. More than 300 million was spent, but the quality of the work done is poor. Learners at Kulanonoazi Primary School in Bramfisher are subjected to unhygienic conditions. They're exposed to unsanitary and broken toilets. Imagine only 2 blocks out of 8 are functioning, and there's no running water. Gangsterism is rife in our schools. For example, at Altamont Technical in Proti, there were incidents of gangsters and learners carrying weapons and dagga. When I was at the school, one learner came running to the principal's office. He was avoiding a learner who pulled out a knife. In Soshanguve Block TT at Ruwabutlale High School, a learner stabbed a young man multiple times. This incident occurred 2 weeks ago. We all know that there are so many incidents of violence happening in our schools. In March, the MEC indicated 40 stabbings, 10 shootings, and 16 violent crimes in the past year, and a total of 94 incidents in the last 5 years. We also have incidents involving scholar transport. This week, there was another incident in Harankuwa. Sadly, 17 individuals were affected, and Koketso Manko sustained multiple injuries and later passed on. The DA conveys its deepest condolences to the family and the school. It was reported that 2 learners are still in the hospital under critical conditions. We wish them well and a speedy recovery. Last month, there was another incident in Winterfeld where some learners got injured. I'm raising all these cases to confirm that our learners and teachers are facing tremendous challenges, including shoddy infrastructure and safety and security risk. We must ensure that learning and teaching occur in a conducive environment. There is no way that one teacher teaching more than 60 learners in one classroom will provide quality basic education. Teachers need manageable classrooms and sufficient resources to do their job. We note the announcement of the online admission process for grade 1s and 8. We can only hope that and believe that all learners will be placed before October this year. We can only wish that schools with high demand will be allocated resources like the appointment of teachers and building of additional classrooms before end of this year. What we've experienced in the past must never happen again. We have so many learners dropping out of the system. As we speak, some learners are not at school, even when they are of school-going age. The Constitution guarantees compulsory education for all children, but the MEC is still not responsive. Either it doesn't read emails or simply it doesn't care. We have a single case in Kutso, and since the 9th of February this year, learners have been sitting at home every day doing nothing, with no alternative for them. These children will be trapped in poverty. Despite referring this matter to the MEC, he never visited the school. So many commitments were made by the department but have not been fulfilled as yet. On Tuesday, some parents marched to the head office demanding urgent action to protect their learners. Since the appointment of the MEC, he has not visited more than 620 schools in the province. While I've visited more than 30 schools this year alone, I'm talking from experience, what I've seen and what I've heard. There are so many disruptions in our schools this year because of demand for additional resources and safety for both learners and teachers. All this is happening When 2021 progress in international reading literacy study results revealed that 8 out of 10 learners in grade 4 cannot read for meaning. Surely this must concern all of us. The DA noted COVID-19 heavily disrupted the education system. Learners were attending schools on a rotational basis. The negative impact of this can be seen through the average passes in math, science, and languages, and the lack of resources in no-fee-paying schools. Our education system is still characterized by inequality, and our township schools have less access to so much needed resources. There is a severe lack of infrastructure, overcrowding, and a shortage of classrooms. There's a need for external moderation of systemic examination to ensure objectivity and provide credible and relevant benchmark evaluation. Therefore, I will submit a motion, and I believe that this House will unanimously support it. The department will implement it to ensure that we improve the quality of education. Speaker, I urge the MEC to cut the administration budget and add more money to infrastructure budget. The department must manage its own infrastructure projects instead of DID because they've failed dismally. The department must eradicate asbestos schools and those built with improper materials. They should also terminate all contracts with service providers who fail to complete their project within 2 years. Furthermore, the department must establish more sporting codes in our schools. They should fix all broken and unsanitary toilets, fill out all funded vacancies, and conduct an audit to check compliance with the Occupational Health and Safety Act. The department's tenders must be advertised before end of the contract. They should also introduce standard examination for grade 3, 6, and 9. All outstanding long overdue projects must be completed. Learners must be transported by reliable and roadworthy buses. The department must reduce the litigation budget by following the rules. It must also track and trace all learners enrolled in our schools until they exit compulsory education. Increase investment in ICT instead of decreasing it. MEC Shilwane, fix our underperforming technical schools and add more to open more opportunities to gain meaningful skills. This should include new schools for learners with special needs. I also urge you to take your job seriously by reading emails and responding to phone calls. If you do so, I'm sure we'll be able to run the department, but will not be supporting this budget. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Masilela.
Greetings, Speaker and the people of Gauteng. The 2023 and 24 financial year budget is allocated to the department is at 63.4 billion, of which 94.9 is equitable share and 5.1 is in conditional grants. This is an increase of just over 6% from the previous financial year, in which the department was allocated 59.7 billion. The Department of Education is one of the largest departments in the province, given its critical service and mandate of providing quality education for the children of Gauteng. With all programs within the department has received a budget increase for the implementation of the mandate of the department. The budget has not aligned itself to eradicating the backlog of eliminating asbestos infrastructure, improving sanitation in the most schools, and major rehabilitation and maintenance work that a number of schools needs, namely township, rural, and farm schools. There are a few issues we would like to highlight as the EFF about the budget vote for education. We want to expose the fact that this kind of budget is indicative of the blind leading the blind in the province of Gauteng. ANC-led government ha e nyaka go fetola maphelo a batho ba Gauteng. Hence, we reject the budget. Firstly, the department has documented 26 schools that will use asbestos infrastructure, which is inappropriate material that is harmful to the health of students. As EFF, our hearts go out to the learners of Hammanskraal who have been subjected to contaminated water that has been responsible for the loss of lives, yet the department has not intervened till to date with providing clean water to the school in the area. ANC further 79 schools are still utilizing mobile classroom, while 1,228 schools have maintenance-related challenges, while 723 schools are reported to have classroom shortage. This shows lack of commitment that the department budget has in relation with the provision of the quality and the safety education of public ordinary schools where the majority are black learners. The Durban Deep Primary School is just one of the examples of dehumanizing state of which black learners are subjected to by the ANC-led government department. The school is lacking in adequate infrastructure, even though the department reported that the school will be complete by the end of March 2023. Kodwa akunalutho. Yet, in the oversight visit of the school 4 years later, the school does not have a foundation. Further, learners are using mobile toilets that are not adequately maintained and serviced by the government department, making the condition for learning unclean and unsafe for learners. Secondly, Madam Speaker, to further expose the inconsistency of the ANC-led government and lack of willingness to ensure the learners of Gauteng have access to quality education, the Relebohile Secondary School in Western, Merafong Ward 1, Honorable Macheke, you come from there and you are failing. Is there just another example of neglect of township schools by the department? The school have been plagued by sinkholes in the area, making it difficult for learners to attend classes. Furthermore, the department procured mobile classes for the school. However, they are not in use because of the failure of the department to secure funds to pay contractors, further fueling the challenge of classroom shortage in the province. Yeah. Since February, learners have not been attending at the school as a result of sinkholes, yet the department has failed to allocate funds to resolve the problem. At the very least, redirect the funds. Kodwa, they took the shortcut to return the funds back to national. Sanenzani ANC-led government, Kodwa. Thirdly, the department, through its budget and programs, has not presented a comprehensive plan on how it intends to improving the number of grade 12 learners who can obtain entrance to university. The department also needs to have a plan on how to ensure universal access to early childhood development, the improvement in performance in township and farm school, while also implementing upgrades of information technology infrastructure to school. As the EFF, we note that South African education system is not well positioned to respond to the fourth industrial revolution due to lack of high technology infrastructure, and the post-secondary education in training institution can absorb all learners from secondary school. This budget represented by the department is not detailed on how it will ensure that township and farm school will be given priority in technological infrastructure to ensure that learners are ready for the next level of education. In the 23 and 24 financial year, the department has recorded that is a shortage and backlog of 152 new schools in the province. This is despite the lip service they continue to say, no commitments made regarding the project to complete. The access to quality education of learners in township and informal settlement areas seems to be of no priority to this administration. This is lack of willingness to complete and building of many public ordinary schools, which have now slowly turned into a hiding place for criminals, further compromising the safety of the children in schools. You have abandoned the school and infrastructure just like the way you have abandoned your policy party, Savalelo la Ekai. There is no report from the department on how it plans to have social workers available to deal with psychiatric issues and its identified child-headed homes, poverty, and alcohol and substance abuse in schools. This is a huge stumbling block for many learners who enroll through the education system that never completed their studies as a result of having to take care of families. This is why we believe as the EFF is important to invest resources in young children who want to learn but are hindered by economic challenges that prevent them from completing their schooling years. With respect to the influx migration of learners from other provinces, in the Gauteng Department of Education revealed that over 4,000 students still need to be placed in the province. This is an alarming figure considering that the department is yet to provide a comprehensive overview of how it will tackle this issue that impact high volumes of migration have on the budget to access the schools. Therefore, in the EFF, we reject the budget vote for education, Madam Speaker. I thank you.
Honorable Tilange.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. Not being able to read and write is a crime and injustice towards children and civil society. Basic literacy forms the backbone of education. For a grade 4 pupil not being able to explore the world through the platform of words and to prepare him or herself for the future is inexcusable. The problems of this department do not relate only to the curriculum and low pass rate to ensure higher pass outcomes of unemployable learners, but also to the current trend not to build schools and the concomitant pressures applied on existing schools. So learners are forced into systems that provides inadequate infrastructure and allows the opportunity for race baiters to ensure that communities clash with each other about access to basic education. This has to end by building more schools, infrastructures that ensures mother tongue education is implemented, which in turn will ensure that mathematics and science education become world standard. It is one thing to have a budget, Madam Speaker. It is another to utilize it to the full extent. We say 20% planning, but 80% execution equals success. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Dos Santos.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand before you to shed light on how the proposed education budget fails to adequately deliver essential services, particularly in programs 4 and 5. These programs, which focus on public special schools and early childhood development, are crucial components of our education system. However, the current budget falls significantly short of addressing the persistent teacher shortages, infrastructure backlogs, and the full implementation of ECD across the province. First and foremost, quality education hinges on the presence of well-trained and motivated teachers who can nurture the minds of our children. The shortage burdens the existing educators and compromises the quality of education provided to our learners. We risk perpetuating an education system that fails to meet the needs of our learners if we don't attract and retain qualified teachers. Despite the proposed budget not allocating adequate funds to address infrastructure challenges, many schools suffer due to collapsing buildings, overcrowded classrooms, dilapidated mobile classrooms, and inadequate ablution facilities. This shows how little care the Gauteng MEC for Education has for education, as our schools operate in substandard conditions. Research consistently shows that quality early childhood education has a profound and lasting impact on a child's cognitive, social, and emotional development. Insufficient funding limits access to quality ECD centres, depriving many children of a strong educational start and hindering their prospects of reaching their full potential in later stages of education and beyond. Speaker, vulnerable children in our poor communities will be affected disproportionately. Recent studies have revealed that a staggering 81% of a grade 4 South African learners struggle to read with understanding, highlighting a profound educational challenge that we must address urgently. Reading with comprehension is a fundamental skill that serves as a gateway to knowledge and academic success. The vast majority of grade 4 pupils are unable to comprehend what they read, which poses a significant obstacle to their overall educational development, access to information, and expanding their vocabulary. The DA proposes that MEC Chilwani urgently prioritise early reading instruction and focus on comprehensive strategies. This will include providing teachers with training material to implement effective reading instruction techniques in the classroom. In early childhood, children's brains undergo rapid development, forming the basis for all future learning. During this period, they develop essential pre-literacy skills such as phonological awareness, vocabulary acquisition, and listening comprehension. These skills serve as building blocks for reading with comprehension. High-quality ECD program exposes children to rich language experience, storytelling, and early literacy activities that promote language development. Through play-based learning, children develop their cognitive abilities, problem-solving skills, and social-emotional competence, contributing to their readiness to engage with written text. Despite several factors contributing to this concerning statistic, there is a lack of emphasis on reading instruction in the early years of schooling. Reading is not merely the process of decoding words, it's about making sense of the text and deriving meaning from it. Without effective reading instruction focusing on comprehension strategies, learners are ill-equipped to tackle more complex texts as they progress through their academic journey. Furthermore, limited access to quality reading materials at school and in the learner's home exacerbates the problem. Schools in disadvantaged communities lack well-stocked libraries and resources that promote a reading culture. Additionally, socio-economic disparities and limited availability of books in learners' households hinder their exposure to a variety of texts and limit opportunities for independent reading practice. Speaker, we must invest in the availability of diverse and engaging reading materials to ensure learner accessibility to equipped libraries. This can be done through collaborations with organizations and stakeholders in the public and private sectors to help bridge the resource gap. Supporting teachers through continuous professional development opportunities is crucial. Speaker, let us turn our attention to public special schools. It is regrettable that even though these institutions play a vital role in providing education and support to learners with diverse special needs and disabilities, this budget falls short of addressing their needs. Prioritization into continuously providing them with assistive technologies, specialized training for educators, and accessible infrastructure is crucial to meet the unique requirements of their learners. However, the lack of sufficient funding impedes the provisions of these necessary resources and will eventually compromise the opportunity to foster their full potential. The neglect of both early childhood development and public special schools in the proposed budget is deeply concerning. By not allocating adequate funds to these areas, the provincial government disregards children's rights to quality education, particularly those who are most vulnerable and require additional support. It is our moral and ethical responsibility to ensure that every child, regardless of their background or abilities, has access to the resources and opportunities they need to succeed academically in life. Thank you, Chair.
Honourable Maseke.
Madam Speaker, Chairperson of Chairpersons, Deputy Chairperson of Chairpersons, Honourable Premier in absentia, Honourable MECs, Chief Whip and Deputy Chief Whip of the Majority Party, Chairpersons of Committees, Honourable Members and the people of Gauteng, current and former leaders of the Congress movement, the ANC Youth League, the true champions of the economic freedom in our lifetime. Madam Speaker, the apartheid education policies encourage a sense of inferiority, subordination, and respect for authority in black students. This approach was reflected in the budget allocation of the apartheid regime for education, which guaranteed high-quality education for whites and inferior education for black people, especially Africans. There were vast disparities in terms of the number and quality of schools built, student-teacher ratios, education facilities, and amenities. The overall impact was severe. Apartheid education created a massive gap between the quality of provision and the outcomes of schooling. Madam Speaker, I'm raising these introductory remarks on the occasion of the Gauteng Department of Education budget vote debate to remind members of this august House how the legacy of the fragmented, unequal, and undemocratic nature of the apartheid education and training system had profound effects on the education system of our country and the developmental agenda of our country, and will indeed take much longer to dismantle. Madam Speaker, the ANC continue, even with this budget, to dismantle the legacy of apartheid through an accelerated schools infrastructure, to work towards creating an education and training system that will ensure that the human resources and potential in our society are developed to the full disregard of one's race or culture. This is a true reflection of the kind of society that the ANC wants to build, using education as a major contributor. Honourable members, we cannot let what we cannot do interfere with what we can do. We continue to be inspired and reminded by the Freedom Charter that the doors of learning shall be opened. This ANC-led department, through this budget, reaffirms its commitment of the Freedom Charter. Madam Speaker, UNICEF recently
pointed out in one of its reports that inadequate teaching materials and poor sanitation are some of the reasons why many of our children do not receive quality education. We know this, and this is the basis upon which this budget is built. Honourable members, the departmental programs which I will focus on shortly are aimed at creating an environment where the gifted and privileged children advance while ensuring more children from poor families participate in our education system at an early age, as well as ensuring they receive the same quality of teaching and learning infrastructure as children from wealthy communities. This is the ANC response to what I spoke about in my introductory remarks. The budget assumes this to be some of the most effective strategies for addressing inequality in South Africa and breaking the cycle of poverty while addressing the educational outcomes. Madam Speaker, we fully agree with former President of the United States, Barack Obama, when he remarked that if you are walking down the right path and you are willing to keep walking, eventually you will make progress. Madam Speaker, it will be prudent to restate, as highlighted by the acting chairperson of the committee, Honorable Munyai, and the MEC Chulwani, that the 2023-2024 budget allocation amounts to 63.4 billion, which is composed of equitable share, which makes 94.9% of the total budget, and conditional grants of 5.1%. The first program in this budget focuses on educational administration, which establishes policies that guide decision-making, laws and regulations. It is important to give this background, as some people confuse administration with educational management, which entails carrying the responsibility for the proper functioning of a system in educational institutions in which others participate. Madam Speaker, the Gauteng Department of Education Administration budget increased for a main appropriation of 5 billion in 2022-2023 financial year to 5.1 billion in 2023-2024 financial year, showing a rand value increase of 99.2 million, which translates to a slight increase of 2%. This makes 8.1% in administration support for the total departmental budget. The department infrastructure development budget amounts to 2.4 billion, which makes 3.9% of the total budget, showing an increase of 725 million from the 2022-2023 financial year. The program dealing with examination and education-related services has decreased slightly, but still accounts for 4.2% of the total budget. This shows that the department is focusing on substantive issues that impact the educational outcome directly. Madam Speaker, in 2021, the General Household Survey found that participation in education among young children in our country is often linked to the socio-economic status of the household. Attendance of schools or ECD facilities was said to be at 18.1% in the poorest income group and almost tripled to 60.3% for the highest income group. Children in poorer households were more likely to stay at home with parents or guardians. Honourable members, in this budget, the Gauteng Department of Education program for early childhood development amounts to 2.3 billion, showing an increase of 17.7% from the main appropriation of the 2022-2023 financial year. The increase has pushed the ECD budget to 3.7% of the total budget, reflecting the ANC alignment with redressing the socio-economic imbalances. Karl Marx summarizes this when he argues that freedom of education shall be enjoyed under the conditions fixed by law and under the supreme control of the state. Madam Speaker, the General Household Survey released by Statistics South Africa in 2021 found close to 3% of 15-year-olds and nearly 9% of 17-year-olds dropped out of school. It also indicated that although most 18 and 19-year-olds were still attending secondary school, almost 3 out of 10 people aged 18 years and 4 out of 9 of 19-year-olds had dropped out of school. The majority of 20-year-olds were not in education, with approximately 23% attending universities, TVET or other colleges, while 18% were still attending the high school. Madam Speaker, it is for this reason that a substantial amount of the budget goes to the program that focuses on the public ordinary school education, which makes up to 70.2% of the total budget, having been increased from 42.3 billion in the 2022-2023 financial year to 44.5 billion in the 2023-2024 financial year. The last program deals with independent school subsidies and public special schools education programs, which makes about 1.6% and 8.3% respectively. Madam Speaker, this budget is aimed at addressing challenges that we face as a province, which might lead to poor education outcomes. This might in turn add to the runaway youth unemployment which we are facing in our country and province. In a 2019 study done by the Department of Higher Education titled Skills, Supply and Demand in South Africa, it was highlighted that 60% of the unemployed population had an educational level lower than matric certificate. In 2020, a rapid increase in the number of out-of-school children and youth in South Africa was noted. This was mainly due to schools closing during the COVID-19 lockdown in 2020. Distance learning was also an effective measure in South Africa as access to digital learning was limited. The budget takes all of this into cognizance. Notwithstanding everything that has been said, Madam Speaker, our country is ranked 4th best country in Africa in educational development because we have most of the characteristics of a good education system according to UNESCO. These are a clear and shared focus, high standards and expectations for all students, effective school leadership, high levels of collaboration and communication, curriculum, instruction and assessments aligned with state standards, frequent monitoring of learning and teaching, focused professional development. Madam Speaker, Ralph Ellison says education is all a matter of building bridges. As such, in the remainder of the sixth administration, within the context of the GGT 2030, this budget will assist the ANC-led department to focus on the additional priorities elevated by the ANC Gauteng government for accelerated implementations. These are investing in school infrastructure in townships, ICT rollout in township schools, investing in skills for the future, integration and rehabilitation of learners into a welfare and wellness program, infrastructure delivery, accelerated delivery of smart public infrastructure, improving grade 12 results, measuring progress and educational outcomes, youth development, school safety and early childhood development. Madam Speaker, Martin Luther King Jr. says, darkness cannot drive out darkness. Let me conclude by a quote from Mr. Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister of India, who says, if there is education, there will be everything in life. Government can make roads, hospitals, and also construct schools, buildings. But your homes can brighten up only if your children are educated. I am confident that if we focus on education, our society will certainly develop. The ANC fully supports this budget. Ke a leboga.
Honorable MC, may you respond to the debate?
No, thank you, Speaker. Without really wasting much time, I realize 10 minutes is very small. I wanted to conclude by just thanking the Executive Council, the Premier, the Legislature, the Portfolio Committee, the educators, all those in the sector, including more especially my parents. But right, let me get back to responding to honourable members. I will start with the honourable member on the other side. I didn't realize not answering his call is so painful. You know, it's very important to get a girlfriend or a boyfriend so that at least when you don't get a response from the MEC, you are able to find solace somewhere. So honourable members, the honourable member speaks about infrastructure challenges, of which we acknowledge. And he further says that the DID has failed, which is something else. It's a debate for another day. But then he goes on to give us a vote of confidence and say, education, you must build it yourself. That means he has confidence in the system and our ability as a department to conclude these projects and actually build these schools. We appreciate that. It's not, yes, no, we appreciate that a lot. I remember that you have highlighted this thing, that the Department of Education is capable of really executing this mammoth task of building infrastructure. We are doing a lot on members with regard to gangsterism, school violence in general. Perhaps maybe I might not have been explicit enough, but we've got a vast intervention that we've put in place. I can speak for a very long time with regard to what has happened. But however, there has been success in this initiative or intervention that we have set up. And we have noted that, that school violence is a problem, and we have noted that one learner is one learner too many. We have always acknowledged as a department that we can't lose any learner, irrespective of whether it's in school or out of school. But there are multiple factors that affect that. So we are doing a lot. Amongst those is safety committees in schools, amongst those is search and seizures, amongst those is partnership with various law enforcements, as well as our sister departments. I've spoken about the rehabilitation initiatives that we're doing with our sister departments. So we're doing a lot. It's a comprehensive intervention that we've set up to ensure that we're able to get our learners right. One thing I want to caution you, Member Ramlife, you must not take a family's pain and come and politic. There's a family sitting at home that have lost a child. They are not expecting us to come here and politic and say that that car accident that taking a life is the responsibility of the department. It is their fault that their child is. No, they don't want that. They want us to support them in this difficult period. They want us to show sympathy that we as political and public reps understand the pain. In fact, the fact that we mention it here without necessarily even shedding a tear, even one, it shows that for you, that side is just about politicking and trying to seek wrong, as opposed to being a public rep, all of us here having a responsibility to service the people of our province. I really think that we need to consider how we think when we come here and what we say. All we have done as a department, we've acknowledged it, and we've really sent our full support and also sent up a psychosocial unit to the school, because it's not only learner that is affected, the whole school, because now a peer is no more. So there's a lot that we're doing. So with online admission, Speaker, we are ready. We are ready. I need to say it again, we are ready. And we are fine. We are more than ready, Honourable Speaker. And to the people of Gauteng, they must know that the learners will be placed, and we'll ensure that they get placed before the beginning of the academic year. That has always been our target, and that will always be our goal. And we will continue to do so to ensure that we place them. I don't know why you are speaking about tenders, Honourable Ramlife. The interest in tenders worries me. Because if you want a tender, I don't know if you must resign and go become a tenderpreneur. But in this house, to come and speak about tenders, really, it means you are skewed in terms of what are your priorities. Your priorities to serve the people, not to chase who gets what tender and where, which tender is advertised by when and how. So you need to focus and really focus on what you need to do. And furthermore, I didn't realize that you are running my diary to say, I have not visited so many schools. So if you are running my diary, something else. But as far as I know, you don't have access to my diary. So to speak here and mislead the House and the people of this province, it's a real big problem. I will come back to Relabogile. I want to just respond to members as in. Now, you have Member Masilela. You have Member Masilela here. Speaker, through you. Member Masilela, I don't know where these members get these figures. I don't know if it's normal just to lie in the EFF or something, but you just come here and just lie openly. You know, so for the member to say for the member to say, Emanyano, ska fela pelo, akere no bolela. For the member to say 4,000 learners are not pleased. Where? Because where? Because they've come here before.
Honourable members, can we have order?
Okay. They've come here before, Speaker.
Honourable
They've come
members,
here
please. Honourable members, please.
All right. You need to stop my time as they disrupt. They've come here before, Honourable Speaker. They've come here before, Honourable Speaker, and said to us, to the people of this province, they've got 300 learners in Tshwane not pleased. I said, give me the names. It's up until now. They've not given me the names.
Honourable members, please.
They've got. How? Relax.
Honourable, can you pause?
Stop. But, yeah.
We were given 10 minutes, 9 minutes to speak.
Honourable Mdlankomo, Honourable Masoleng, please, can we have order?
And she does not even sit in the
Because when you speak, you want to be listened to. Let's allow other people to speak. Honourable I'm not asking you to respond. I'm just saying to you, can you have order, please? Honourable MEC, can you continue?
All right.
No, Honourable Mtswalo, please.
Speaker, thank you so much.
Honourable Mfikwe, please. Honourable Masoleng, please. Honourable
So,
MEC.
thank you, Speaker. Niti ababa kiri Speaker, why kush? So with regard to Hammanskraal, Speaker, we have provided water tankers to all the schools in Hammanskraal. They can go to schools now and verify. You'll find that the department has sent water tankers to ensure that learners and educators have access to clean drinking water. This is the intervention that we have done. In fact, we had communicated it yesterday through a public statement. And with regard to Member Dos Santos and the support for ECD and special schools, I know members have a problem with reading. You know, reading is a problem. You speak about reading for understanding. When the research spoke about reading for understanding, they were referring to our colleagues there in the EFF. But now here I know they've got within the budget, 5.2 billion has been sent, targeted, allocated specifically for special schools, Member Dos Santos, and 2.3 billion for ECDs. When you say there's no funding, what do you mean? That's why it's important that you take your time. It's important to take your time and you read. You know, you take your time and you read and you really understand when you are going to speak, you speak what is right. So, Speaker, it's important. You left your garden boy there, in that wherever you come from, not here. Here you must be careful who you're talking to. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So,
go outside.
So, lastly, Speaker, with Relebogile, Speaker, I need to conclude with this one. We have supplied 47 mobiles. A sinkhole is a natural disaster. You can't come here and try to say, the ANC created a sinkhole. The ANC didn't create a sinkhole. We are responding to a natural disaster, and we have set up 47 mobiles, ablution facilities. Learners are in class now. Members must speak to that. You must not come here because you are outdated in your information. You come here with outdated information to try to mislead the House. It's not right. Thank you, Speaker.
Honourable members. Honourable members. Honourable members. Honourable Masilela, do you want to listen or not? Honorable Mukwebo, you know what you are doing is not acceptable. Colleagues, can I bring you... Honorable Makhene, Honorable Masilela, can I bring to your attention the following rules? Rule 92. Rules, colleagues, can you listen? The rules in this part apply to order in the House and when applicable to order in committee meetings. Rule 93, the member presiding over the House or chairing a committee meeting must maintain order in meetings. Let me also bring to your attention Rule 30. When attending to the business of the legislature, every member must behave in a way that demonstrates respect for the legislature and other members. Sub 2 says, dress appropriately in a formal or traditional way, taking into account diverse religious and cultural beliefs, excluding party regalia and insignia. I want to bring to your attention that in one of the sittings previously, I warned members about the dress code. In particular, I refer to those that are wearing sneakers in the House. And it has been brought to my attention. Whoa, Honorable Chair. And I also observe it myself. Honorable Makhene, Honorable Masilela, Honorable Khatebe, can you deal with your sneakers? Honorable Khatebe, you are not going to respond because I'm reading the rules. And I don't want to debate. Can you attend to your sneakers that are in the House? And I close the issue. I'm not going to debate. I'm not going to allow any debate. Honorable Masilong, you're not going to raise a hand. I'm just ruling on this matter. Can you attend to your sneakers? Can I allow the secretary to read the next order?
Consideration of the sport
Honorable
recreation.
Masilela, I'm sure we need to respect each other. We are not here to play. We are all adults and we are responsible leaders of society. Can we take ourselves seriously? Let's allow the secretary to read the next order.
Consideration of the Sport, Recreation, Arts and Culture Portfolio Committee's oversight report on the detail of the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, Recreation Budget Vote 12 of the Provincial Appropriation Bill G001-2023, financial year 2023-2024.
They say they can't hear you properly. If you can come closer to your mic.
Consideration of the Sport, Recreation, Arts and Culture Portfolio Committee's oversight report on the detail of the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture and Recreation Budget Vote 12 of the Provincial Appropriation Bill G001-2023, financial year 2023-2024.
Honorable Ndlovu.
Siyabonga Speaker. Greetings to honorable members and the people of Gauteng. I am Member Ndlovu on behalf of the Portfolio Committee on Sports, Recreation, Arts and Culture. Hereby tables the committee report on the Gauteng Department of Sports, Arts and Culture and Recreation Budget Vote 12 for 2023-2024 financial year. Speaker, may I request the House that parts of the report that I will not read be regarded as read. The overall budget allocation for the 2023-24 financial year was 1,089,937,000, which is decreased slightly by 0.7% from an amount of 1,097,407,000 that was allocated in the previous financial year. That was adjusted to 968,169,000. The decrease was due to a reduction in the allocation of infrastructure funding earmarked for the operationalization of infrastructure facilities that are not complete. The budget allocation will increase over the MTEF period to 1,260,578,000 in the 24-25 financial year due to infrastructure allocations. This allocation is in response to the national and provincial priorities as pronounced during the State of the Nation's address and the State of the Province address. The equitable shares budget decreased slightly by 4% from the main allocation of 821,235,000 in the previous financial year to 788,688,000 in the year under review, which is 72.4% share of the entire budget of the department. This budget is projected to increase over the MTAF to 131,377,000 in the 25-26 financial year due to funding allocated for the construction of the new infrastructure projects. The allocation for the conditional grant saw an increase of 9.1% for the year under review, from an allocation of 276,172,000 in the 22-23 financial year to 301,249,000 in the current financial year. This is attributed to the support by the National Department of Sports, Arts and Culture for the upcoming hosting of school sports championships and the Netball World Cup activation through the increase of the mass participation and sport development grant over the medium term. It should be noted that the allocations will increase further to 329,291,000 in the outer years. The EPWP did not receive any allocation in the current financial year, and this program was not implemented in the recent previous financial years. It is worrying that the department failed to implement this much needed program. The current payment line in terms the current payment line item, which includes compensation of employees and goods and services, was allocated 690,797,000, which shows a reduction of 2.1% when compared to an amount of 705,776,000 allocated in the previous financial year. The reduction is mainly in compensation of employees by 8.2%, whereas goods and services saw an increase of 4.0%. The department plans to transfer 349,581,000 to municipalities as well as the provincial departmental agencies and non-profit organizations. This is an increase of 3.1% from a 339,122,000 that was allocated in the previous financial year. The transfers to municipalities received the biggest allocation of 202,322,000, indicating a decrease of 1.6%, followed by transfers to NPOs, which received an amount of 104,135,000, which is a 14.3% increase. The departmental agency saw a 1.9% increase, and this budget allocation will grow over the outer years. The allocation for payment of capital assets was reduced in the year under review from 52,510,000 in the previous financial year to 49,561,000, reflecting a reduction of 5.6%. The allocation for the cultural affairs and library archival services programs were reduced. The cultural affairs program saw a decrease in allocation by 49,300,000, which represents a 20.2% decrease due to the reduction of earmarked funding for the operationalization of monuments. The library and archival services also saw a decrease in allocation by 1.3%, and the major reduction is in archival services that saw a 52.3% decrease due to delays in operationalization of the Provincial Archive Center. The allocation for administration, sport, and recreation programs increased by 6.0% and 14.5% respectively. On committee concerns and findings, the committee is concerned that the department will continue to support infrastructure projects from the previous financial years, such as the construction of libraries in Kokswoord, Malesteine and Zurbekom, develop 15 outdoor gyms, develop 5 comic courts, refurbish 5 swimming pools, and upgrade 6 community fields. However, the committee is of the view that there is a need to develop a schedule of priorities of infrastructure projects that can be completed before the end of the current political term. The budget allocation for the archive sub-program was reduced from an amount of 31,719,000 allocated in the previous financial year to 15,137,000 in the current financial year due to delays in the operationalization of the Provincial Archive Center. The department plans to provide support to 5 professional soccer teams in the province. The department reported that the support in this regard is provided depending on these clubs' performances in the PSL, and the plan is to support each PSL team with 1 million. The committee is of the view that these clubs do not need this funding. The decline in performance by the Gauteng Film Commission in the previous financial year due to programs that were not approved by the board, including the Discover Summit that was cancelled, and the impact this had on the service delivery and the reputational damage caused to the company. On recommendations, the committee recommends that the department should develop a schedule of priorities of infrastructure projects that should be completed before the end of the current political term, provide the committee with a report that has plans and timeframes by 28 July 2023, provide committee with the operationalization plan for the Provincial Archive Center by 28 July 2023, review the funding model for the support provided to the PSL teams. The status report should be sent to the committee by 28 July 2023. Investigate the terms of configuration of the Gauteng Film Commission, its board, its legal standing, and its scope of work. Provide the committee with the status report by 28 July 2023. On acknowledgements, the Portfolio Committee wishes to thank Honorable MEC Musupie and the acting HOD, Machinini, and their senior officials from the department for their presentation of the Budget Vote 12 report. I further thank the diligent deliberations of Member Litwalo, Member Mudise, Member Chabalala, Member Peach, Member Mukwebo, Member Masoleng, and Member Adams. The committee also thanks its support team for their role throughout the process. On adoption, in accordance with Rule 1172C, read together with Rule 164, the Portfolio Committee on Sports, Recreation, Arts and Culture recommends that the report on the Budget Vote 12 of the Provincial Appropriation Bill be adopted by the House, considering concerns and proposed recommendations made in this report. Siyabonga, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Any seconder to the report?
I second
Honorable
Speaker,
Kanyile.
Adam.
Okay, I rise to second.
Thank you. I now put a question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All not in
Yes.
favor say no. The yes have it. The report is adopted by the House. Can we ask the Secretary to read the next order?
Budget speech and debate on the detail of the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture and Recreation Budget Vote 12 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G001-2023 for financial year 2023-2024.
Honorable Musupie.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Let me greet you and the Deputy Speaker, members of the legislature. Speaker, let me also greet in our presence Letsatsi, the Netball World Cup mascot, and some of the ladies who will be representing us in the Netball World Cup. I see the Captain Bongim Somi is also here. Good morning to you, ladies. Madam Speaker, it is an honor to rise to present the budget vote of the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation for the period 2023-24 under the stewardship of Premier Lesufi. I wish to once again send our heartfelt condolences to Masandawana family for their great loss following the passing of Alex Goldfingers Shakwane, who passed on the 8th of May. Alex Shakwane was larger than life and has helped to shape the football trajectory in our country. To his family, team, friends, and the sporting community, we send our condolences once more. Allow me also to send our condolences to our fallen scintillating sports, arts, and culture stars who passed on in this past financial year. There are many, Speaker, I'm not going to mention all of them, but we really do pass our condolences to their families. On this day, Speaker, the 26th of May 1948, 75 years ago, the reunified National Party took power from Jan Smuts' United Party. This was the beginning of an apartheid segregation policy that came into law, and it was officialized. An unjust law that created two systems for whites at the top and black majority at the bottom. These laws applied to all areas of life, of work, of school, and general society. 29 years into our government, we continue to battle with correcting the legacy of colonial and apartheid South Africa. But guided by our Premier, we are indeed on course to change the landscape and socio-economic conditions of our townships, informal settlements and hostels to transform our province and give dignity to our people. Our location aims to expedite service delivery as per the strategic interventions here under listed. The first one is to uplift township libraries and supporting facilities to enable them to host international events, refurbish township sporting and recreational facilities, investing in sports and recreation to build a home of champions, investing in the cultural and creative industries, and preserving and promoting heritage. Our focus is on transforming our society to be an embodiment of our social formations through rethinking our heritage transformation programs, socio-cultural history, and sports. We are determined to demonstrate our commitment through great intervention measures taken to improve service delivery, particularly in the tish areas in Gauteng. We do acknowledge that sport plays a critical role in the economic and social transformation of societies. We will, accordingly, leverage the abundance of artistic and athletic talent in Gauteng to be a vehicle for economic empowerment and engendering the transformation agenda in the province. We have also initiated a process to build a soccer museum within the FNB precinct, which will be used to archive and curate the rich history of soccer in Gauteng and in the country, thus attracting tourists locally, regionally, and globally. As we are the first African country to host a successful World Cup in 2010, to achieve this, our budget allocation for programs is as follows, Madam Speaker. Program 1, which is administration, was allocated 475 million. Program 2, which is cultural affairs, was allocated 790 million. Program 3, library and archive services, was allocated 849 million. Program 4, which is sports and recreation, was allocated 831 million. This represents just over 1 billion rands for the year 2023-2024. So for Program 1, administration, whose purpose is to provide innovative and integrated strategic support services that incorporate a capable ethical and developmental state agenda. The aim of this program is to provide political and strategic direction and to support the department by providing corporate management services. The total budget of the program increases by 25.4 million from 175.1 million in the previous financial year to, in the 2023-24 financial year to 200.5 million in the main appropriation of the 23-24 financial year. The 2023 MTF allocation increases from 204 million to 214.9 million in the 25-26 to ensure that good governance is enhanced and service delivery is improved. Allow me then, Honorable Speaker, to greet my special guest, Our in-source security, they were supposed to be here unless they're on the other side. Our in-source security personnel and cleaners in the employment of the department. These men and women have been These men and women have been permanently employed in the department following a decision to in-source our cleaners and security and pay them a decent living wage with all benefits that come with being full-time employees, such as having pension fund, medical aid, and other benefits. We are committed to stabilizing the senior management team at the top with the appointment of the HOD, the CFO, and other senior management roles that are currently occupied through acting capacity. We will be filling these vacancies and other vacancies to stabilize the organization. We will play our part in supporting the implementation of GBVF awareness programs, as well as ensuring that we implement the LGBTQIA programs to foster unity and social cohesion with vulnerable groups in our society. Program 2, which is Cultural Affairs Speaker, identifies, develops, supports and promotes the arts and preserves, protects and supports heritage resources in the province. In so doing, the program contributes towards nation building, social cohesion, economic growth, and the creation of job opportunities. We are proud to report that in the 2023 MTF allocation increases from 194.7 million in 23-24 to 261.7 million in 2025-26 to ensure the continuous implementation of integrated and sustainable arts, culture, and creation programs. We will continue to provide financial support to the signature major community and local arts, children's theatre and dance programs and cultural events. These are not just parties, as others would want us to believe, but significant events that promote, support and drive cultural programs and activities in Gauteng, which drive social cohesion and nation building. We will continue to fund arts and culture holiday programs to provide financial support to organizations through grants in aid, to market access initiatives and mentorship programs. We will enjoy to celebrate and commemorate our key national holidays, such as the Human Rights Day, Freedom Day, Africa Day, Youth Day, Women's Day, and Heritage Day, amongst others. Program 3, Madam Speaker, which is Library and Archive Services, whose purpose is to establish and maintain community libraries that provide access to knowledge, resource, and services to meet the needs of individuals and groups for education, information, and personal development and archival services. Over the 2023 MTF, the total allocation of the program increased from 328.8 million to 385 million in the 25-26, owing to the increase in the infrastructure portfolio and transfers to municipalities. Goods and services remain a constant from the main allocation of 64.5 million in the 2022-23 to 64.4 million in the 23-24 financial year, and mainly provide the implementation of the community libraries program. Transfers and subsidies are just over 202 million in the 23-24 for the initializing and digitizing of libraries. Libraries of the future will be established, Madam Speaker, serving as one-stop shop offerings various programs related to the mandate of the department. In the 23-24 financial year, 25.6 million is allocated to payments for capital assets for the construction of new community libraries and the installation of software needed in online libraries. The allocation here also increases to 58.5 million into the outer year 25-26. Program 4, Madam Speaker, I have only 9 minutes, 9 seconds, which is sports and recreation, whose aim is to promote recreation, sports development, school sports, and high-performance sports to make Gauteng the home of champions.
Thank you, MEC.
Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable Shabalala.
Sorry.
Le utlwa di-chest pain la le ka bua. Madam Speaker, for several years, the Gauteng Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation has failed to spend its allocated budget to address the real challenges the community face in this province sports, arts, culture spheres. When it comes to planning, this department is found lacking. They are always all over the place, and there's nothing new in their annual performance plan. Every year they cut and paste the APPs of the previous financial year, which they had failed to meet. The department has repeatedly failed to fulfill its role in accelerating development, as there is no attempt to address the challenges faced by key stakeholders in sports, arts, culture, and cultural sectors. As a result, the department's APP contained in this budget will not change the face of province or positively impact the socio-economic conditions faced by our people. The department continues to allocate millions of rands to programs that add little to no value to sports, arts, and culture development. This is done while the department neglects programs that will impact on young people's life, failing to complete monuments, deliver state-of-the-art libraries, and building sporting and recreational facilities. Honorable Speaker, the department has introduced new targets in the budget, one of them being Premier Social Cohesion Monati Holiday Program, which is not aligned with the department's mandate. In the same breath, they have discontinued a program that would have benefited 10,000 arts practitioners who would perform in arts initiatives. Furthermore, 4 international cultural exchange programs and libraries of the future have been discontinued. Honorable Speaker, this budget will not revitalize and build a township economy through creative industries because it lacks the necessary targets to support the development of crucial projects and programs. These programs can potentially address the skewed patterns of grassroots development and creating decent employment, providing greater economic inclusion. It is also not providing necessary support to enable digitization of archives and libraries and the success of tourism enhancement projects such as monuments, heritage sites, and creative industry. Our position of not supporting this budget stems from the fact that this budget will not position Gauteng as the hub of Africa's creative and cultural industries to create job opportunities, urban development, and renewal. Furthermore, it will not contribute substantially to small business development and economic growth. It will further not transform the business of sports in Gauteng to create economic opportunities. This budget lacks the targets that will develop nature skills and talent to ensure participation in the provincial, national, and international competitions. The day will not be supporting this budget. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Masoleng.
The department continues to dismally fail in its mandate to ensure access, increased participation, and transformation of the sport, arts, culture, and recreation sectors in a manner that yields optimum social and economic benefits for all in the province and promotes nation building and social cohesion among its people. When looking at the overall budget allocation for the 2023-2024 financial year, the department received an allocation of 1 billion in 2023-2024. Yet, there remains an untransformed, incapable, and unprofessional sports, arts, and cultural sector that is only catered to when political factions need to fill up stadiums. Understanding that the department was allegedly hard hit by the pandemic, we have not received a satisfactory account regarding wasteful and under expenditure on planned programs in communities since 2019 to date. Even the community-based arts and culture programs allocation has not adequately identified the required children, theatre, arts, culture, holiday, and dance programs that will be beneficial to communities in Gauteng. Honorable Speaker, it is clear that even with a budget allocation aimed at ensuring that good governance is enhanced and service delivery is improved, this department continues to report unsatisfactory service delivery and governance even after cutting and discontinuing some indicators in both GDSA, CR, and GFC, Gauteng Film Commission. We note the Gauteng Film Commission received an increase of 5.2% in its annual allocation in the current financial year, moving from 39 million in the 2022-2023 to 41 million for this current financial year. We are yet to receive substantive evidence that this allocation is indeed ensuring that the audiovisual industry plays a meaningful role in job creation and socio-economic transformation. Moreover, GIFA continues to fail in creating an enabling environment that individuals, organizations, and companies can benefit from with respect to filming and in Gauteng and accessing grant. The department has failed to spend funds under the library and archival services program in the previous financial years, when mainly looking at infrastructure projects for libraries. Yet most libraries that have recently been built are not operational, e.g. Acacia Library, Olvenhout Bosch Library, Sikulume Multipurpose Center, etc., while some are not completed past the completion date. This has terrible consequences for communities that need libraries to access information, but this program still receives an allocation. Honorable Speaker, this department thinks we are fools. In the previous financial year, the department reported that it conducted planning and feasibility study for the construction of 3 libraries in Zirbekom, Melderstein, and Coxsworth, and to date, these have not been concluded yet. Money is being spent. Even the GFC planned to establish 2 post-production hubs, but this target has still not been achieved, and no progress was reported in this regard. As EFF, we are of the view that there is no way that South Africa can transform its economy to enable the meaningful participation of Black people when the money is being wasted through litigation and artists are neglected by the department. We ourselves, as the EFF, continue to fund and assist artists and others under the SREC department, as we did at the Soweto Theatre with our recent play, Leruo, all while the SREC department continues squandering its budget. MEC, what is the Department of SREC's provision of financial service specific to the creative industry? Again, nothing. When will the department commission the writing of a proper history of South Africa and the province? What is the budget allocation for the building of the 2 multi-purpose indoor sports facilities in each district municipality and 5 each in each metropolitan municipality? The department has even failed to change the names of every road, natural attraction, building, or any other asset where the name has any direct or indirect link to the colonial or apartheid period. This budget is expressively rejected by the EFF. Thank you.
Honorable Pitch.
Madam Speaker, on 83.2.
Oh, okay. Honorable Matseke.
Can Member Masoleng take a question?
Which rule are you using?
On 83. On Rule 83.
She'll never take a question. She'll never take a question.
Well, Honorable Matseke, you can only make a comment, not a question.
No, I meant Rule 77, Chair. I want to ask a question.
Honorable Masoleng, are you prepared to take a question?
With all due respect, Honorable Speaker, the MEC's got all the answers. He can direct all the answers, all the questions to MEC. Thank you.
Honorable Masoleng, are you taking a question, yes or no?
No.
Okay. Honorable Peach.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I stand before you with grave concern over this budget proposal. This proposed budget is not only a pitiful budget, it's not even an election budget. It's an austerity budget that exemplifies the sorry state of this department. This budget does not demonstrate a vision of hope or progress for the future of this province. This department has not only failed to build residents' libraries of the future, which are appropriate for the modern age of technology and the fourth industrial revolution, but has also fallen short of even the standards of libraries of the past. The heart-wrenching news about our grade 4 learners being unable to read for meaning in any of our 11 official languages is an undeniable testament of the failures of the ANC. Madam Speaker, our children do not need libraries equipped with Xboxes. Instead, they need safe, nurturing environments with dedicated professional staff that can provide them with guidance and the support necessary for their education. Madam Speaker, this budget has been slashed mercilessly, exacerbating the already abysmal quality of service delivery and inflicting further suffering to our children. The department is not interested in addressing any of its previous failures, as evident in the almost 40 million rand cut in the funding for cultural affairs. Libraries and archival services have also had a reduction of 1.3%. Additionally, archival services have experienced a staggering 52% decrease in funding because of the failures surrounding the Provincial Archival Centre. These cultural activities, the spending on cultural activities have been slashed, specifically for failed cultural sites such as the Women Living Heritage Monument, as well as the Kagiso Memorial Site, which are nothing short of failures. Furthermore, very few new libraries have been completed, while the existing ones remained understaffed, vacant, and unused. Again, a blatant failure. This department only managed to spend 46 million rand of its past allocation of 96 million rand towards NGOs for sport. And these are the organizations that are responsible for the nurturing of our athletes to achieve greatness. This represents an utter failure again on the department's side. While the human resources budget has been cut, the department remains understaffed, with vacant positions contributing to poor performance. And once again, Madam Speaker, we are presented with a complete and resounding failure. It is often said, show me your budget and I'll show you what you value. Clearly, this ANC government places little value on libraries or historical monuments or the futures of sports stars. However, this budget also reveals the ANC's failure of imagination, a failure of leadership, a failure of management, and the disinterest in serving the citizens of Gauteng. But, Madam Speaker and members, 2024 is coming closer. There will be a political reckoning. The ANC will be held accountable for its failures wherever they have governed, and the people of this province will show them the door. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Lutsualo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Honorable members and colleagues, the HOD, that the China machine, so you will see in our departments we recruit qualified personnel, that the machine, and the CEO of a GFC. Special greetings to a legend, in that day, Daniel Modao-Mambush over there. Special greetings. But lastly, but with the same degree of significance, the residents of Gauteng who are here with us. Madam Speaker, we are called into action and not pettiness. The 26th President of the United States, Theodore Roosevelt, reminds us of a simple and yet potent truth about the critics and doomsayers. I quote, "It is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles, or where the doer of deeds could have done better. The credit belongs to the man who's actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who comes short again and again, because there's no effort without error and shortcoming, but who does actually strive to do the deeds, who knows great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at worst, if he fails, at least he fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat." I close quote. So you will know who I'm talking about here. In this debate, the credit belongs to the ANC-led government and the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation headed by MEC Morakane. Through her astute leadership, the department has intervened programmatically in its core mandates. This is despite global environment in which budgetary resources have been a subject of austerity measures induced by the rising inflation and interest rates. It is true that South Africa has not been immune from the international financial sector distress, which has resulted in budget deficits, which in turn affects the extent of some of the planned interventions. The department has nonetheless done more with less and continues to inspire hope to all its beneficiaries. The unsophisticated likes of a member pitch would never appreciate the ravaging effects of global economic distress and would easily assume that our economy is insulated from the global economy. The critics and doomsayers like members Masoleng and member Chavalala, who I doubt have any sporting, artistic, cultural and recreational abilities, would easily and cheaply rubbish the efforts of this interventionist department and of government as a whole by reciting empty and solutionless remarks far from debating. After all, the notion of debate presupposes the exchange of ideas. I doubt whether there could be any ideas generated by untrained minds like that of member Masoleng, who relies on conjecture in most cases, if not only smoky delusions of being the next government. Madam Speaker, we have to excuse member Chavalala, who shamelessly does what he does to secure his paycheck, and there's a looming threat of replacement by the geriatric hosts of DA pensioners, such as member Ned, member Duplessis, member Engelbrecht, member Miller et al. Madam Speaker, we are pleased to announce that in keeping with the plan of growing Gauteng together towards a shared prosperity, the department has shown demonstrable and innovative efforts to enable transformed, capable and professional sports, arts and cultural sectors. Furthermore, the department has shown great enthusiasm in promoting and protecting our shared heritage, creating job opportunities in the cultural and creative sector. The test of these critical interventions is in the increased budgetary allocations to relatable programs, which has saw more expenditure on the role players, such as the heightened job creation, such as the recruitment of sports and recreation coordinators across all the corridors, creative arts specialists across all the corridors, additional librarians across all the corridors, heritage officers across all the corridors, and other strategic recruitment to actualize on all departmental plans. To demystify the myths and peddling of lies often told by the opposition, I wish to navigate this House through some of the programmatic interventions as carried by the department. Let the critics run their mouth as we do the glorious work. On sports and recreation, to ensure integrated and accessible sports facilities, the department has indicated that they are listening to the needs of stakeholders across the Gauteng City region. Stakeholders have been complaining about the lack of facilities in their areas, particularly in townships and informal settlement. Now here's the response of the department. The department has planned in the interim to upgrade 6 existing community soccer fields as well as refurbish 5 community swimming pools. They have identified through their corridor program about 50 soccer fields. However, in the current financial year, they will start off with 6 working with municipalities. They are also planning to develop 15 outdoor gyms. This initiative is a health derivative in that it promotes healthy lifestyles which should be encouraged, especially for some members of the opposition, so you must exercise. The refurbishment of swimming pools goes hand in hand with the new indicator of having 210 schools participating in the water safety program. This could not be achieved with less operational swimming pools. Again, they will be working with municipalities to ensure that swimming pools are refurbished and maintained to address issues of drowning among children. Surely this intervention will serve as a transformative catalyst to diversify the sporting codes in black communities, which were the subject of racial spatial disparities, whilst their one counterparts enjoyed access to any sporting facility. Talk about white privilege. The same privileges which are enjoyed by DA pensioners when there's no traceable black pensioners sitting in their benches in any of their parliamentary and legislative caucuses. To ensure that Gauteng has a transformed and capable professional sports sector, the department supports school sport from ECD centers through to high school by ensuring that they participate in Wednesday leagues at district, provincial, as well as the national tournaments. They also provide attire and equipment to 460 schools. They further provide sports bras to female athletes so that this lack of apparel does not discourage them from participating in sports. This is just a demonstration of a sensible and caring government. I wonder whether the Western Cape has got these kinds of programs for Tshwane and other DA-led municipalities sure do not have them. The lives of black people in those communities have regressed to a pre-democratic era. Moreover, the department has been assisting netball, so you will see them, they are there, across the province at grassroots level through Wednesday leagues and winter games programs at district, regional and provincial level. With their club development, Chabalala, you are calling me, With their club development program, the department has supported clubs with logistics. There are 8 players from Gauteng in the team representing South Africa in the Netball World Cup. If we were an honest and conscious opposition in this house, they would have effortlessly acknowledged this great milestone. But the critic would never lose his appetite to critique, no matter how much you can feed him positive stories. On cultural affairs program, to ensure the increased market share participation in the economy and job opportunities in the sport, cultural and creative industries, the department has increased the numbers of organizations financially supported. These are organizations that implement arts and culture programs as well as sports and recreation programs in our communities. In the previous financial year, they were supporting 30 in arts and culture and 30 in sports and recreation. In the current financial year, guess what? 45 years in each sector is supported, which is an increment. To achieve a society that is socially cohesive with a common national identity, Member Engelbrecht might not fit in this description. The department plans on supporting 205 schools to participate in arts and culture integrated programs. They support creative arts curriculum in schools and all the arts and culture intra-school activities such as oral history, spelling bee, moot court speech contests, debates, and establishment of arts and culture school clubs. In addition, choral, Esther for drama, music, dance, and visual arts are also supported. We have surely progressed from the curricular content that sought to retard the growth of black children and eternally subjugate them into servitude. At some point, we need to ask where some of DA members who today superficially posture as champions of black prosperity were. Why were their voices not heard during the liberation struggle to enable equal opportunities for a black child? Talk about hypocrisy. To honor the living legends in the cultural and creative space, and we're not only just honoring them, they are here, so we can actualize on that. The department plans to support 50 of these legends. The initiative aims to recognize the contributions of these living legends in the arts and culture industry and create opportunities for them to share their knowledge and skills with younger generation as part of skills transfer and preservation. The program will include mentorship, workshops, and tribute showcases. Once more, the ANC government is proving to be a towering bastion of hope for its people. On the
Honourable
Gauteng
Speaker.
Films Commission, even though the budget
Honourable
of this
Speaker.
commission is minimal, it optimizes Gauteng's locational advantage through facilitating permits for films to be shot in the province. In the current financial year, they plan to continue facilitating permits to attract
Honourable-
filming in the province.
Can you mute? Can you mute? Can you pause for now?
Honourable Speaker, just wanted to say Member Alzalo can take a break and really
No,
go 10 minutes.
Honourable Shabalala.
He is doing it.
Thank you, thank you.
Continue, Honourable Litwalo.
The Gauteng Films Plantation plans on building a film city with big studios through public-private partnerships. This will keep the business of filmmaking in the province for long, and the province will benefit from the economic spin-offs that come with big productions being shot on location. On library, to address issues of literacy, the department is working with the Department of Education to support non-fee paying schools with library services. Furthermore, they are implementing reading programs across all the corridors so that children and adults alike could benefit from literacy. Some members of the EFF should consider enrolling for these literacy and reading programs. In conclusion, it is worth noting that whilst we record all the key interventions as stated, we are not naive and neither oblivious of the inordinate amount of work that remains to be carried by the department in complementing its mission and vision statements of service commitment. The turnaround times for the delivery of all the stated services, as pronounced by the NEC, is quite central to the overall achievements of the department. Accordingly, in consideration of the shrinking of budgets across the board, we wish to advise that the department should engender tight financial controls and adopt financial prudence practices that will see the maximization of their interventions on key and priority programs in line with the elevated priorities. We urge the department to expedite the program of operationalizing all their infrastructure assets such as monuments and archives centers. In circumspect, we are confident that the department will live up to its commitment and safety standards. We are further cognizant that there will be great opposition against such advancement. However, Albert Einstein reminds us that great spirits, as I quote, have always encountered violent opposition from mediocre minds. And so we urge the department not to be deterred by mediocre minds of those who sit in the opposition benches, for their criticism reverberates in hollow sounds that professes nothingness. Madam Speaker, as the leader of society and the primary representatives of the residents of Gauteng, the ANC supports this budget, which is a strategic catalyst and contributor to the actualization of the transformation, modernization, and industrialization goals to bear our province of Gauteng well into socio-economic prosperity. I thank you.
Honourable members, Honourable Masilela, Honourable Makheta, Honourable Makheta, please. Honourable MEC, before you respond.
Thank you very much.
No, before you respond. I want you to commit to this house that there will be members that will take in a sporting event. They've never cheered for any fans in their lives. Can you respond?
Speaker. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Why are you
Okay,
Speaker?
should I respond? Should I proceed?
No, proceed, MEC.
Yeah, thank you very much. Madam Speaker, Honorable Chabalala is worried about a word in an entire debate. Monate. O ka tshwenya fela ke monate, lefoko monate. Look at the content and the context of what is encapsulated in that debate. Ke a go kopa tle ka tswetswe. Tlogela lefoko monate, ha lena phoso, ha lena selabe. O ka lla fela ka monate, o sa lebella gore ke eng se se iragalang mo programming. Ke utlwela botlhoko tle nnake. But anyway, you also spoke about building sporting facilities, and I will read to you here what I read earlier on, just to assist you. Honorable Masoleng, Speaker, let me start here. Tomorrow, there will be a match at Loftus Versfeld between. Bonabao, yes. So here's the point. Here's my point. Honorable Masoleng, here is my point. Utwella, here's my point. I will make sure that I go to the fans, the leaders of the fan clubs, and tell them that the EFF in this legislature say that they are political factionalists. I'll do that. I have power to do that. I'll give them the message. I will do that. Honorable Pitch, no, I'll do it. She said it. She said it. I'll convey the message for free. I'll do it. Honorable Pitch, you're speaking about vacant posts. 105 posts were advertised already, and we are in the process. 105 posts are being filled as we speak. Interviews have already been started. The shortlisting is done in the department. Where else can it be done? In the department. Go department then. So all of those posts are being filled as we speak. Honorable Letwala,
Can you pause?
to
Can you
educate
pause?
people, but earlier on we spoke about people reading
Honorable
for...
MEC, hold. Honorable Masoleng, I've been asking you to be, please, I've been asking you to be in order. Are you deliberately ignoring or intentionally ignoring my instructions? Honorable MEC, continue.
Okay, Speaker, there was howling, but most of it, what I heard was where. So some of the things happened in the department. That's where things happen in the department. It's in Gostrating in the department. But let me respond to some of the things that they said in relation to the work that the department is doing. People were asking, where is this things happening, or whatever. Let me give you the information then. Which information you could have gathered by yourselves if you bothered to read. But let me share it with you for free. Like you normally say, Honorable, for free. So we celebrate our school sports team for their resounding success in the national school sports competition that have been recently held in Gauteng, Germiston, where our province obtained position number 2 for learners with special educational needs, and position number 1 for the mainstream competition, securing 70 medals made of 20 gold, 26 silver, and 24 bronze in the LNS schools, as well as 132 medals in the mainstream made of 55 gold, 33 silver, and 44 bronze. Our GP School Sports Athletics won the National Schools Athletics Championships primary schools in March 2023. The only ones that were not, and that's a valid point, for that I will respond to you, that swimming still needs transformation. On that we agree with you, but we'll tell you what we are doing on swimming here. So Sports Athletics won the National Schools Athletic Championship primary schools in March 2023. Clapham High School under 15 boys won the COSAFA Games in October 2022, while we also secured victory in the Nation School Swimming Championships held in Devon, scoring a total of 142 medals, representing 69 gold, 40 silver, and 33 bronze. These athletes have made a name. They made a name for themselves, our schools and the province. Drowning mortality is a problem. So that's why we are saying, drowning. Clap him. One off. They live there. So, honorable members.
Honorable Mdlankomo, I've been listening to you since the day started. My ears are now itching. Please. Continue, MEC.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, it is obvious that we will not achieve our targets on school sports working alone as a government. For us to achieve our desired goals, a strong partnerships between the government and private sector is necessary. So I want to share this with honorable members. So we are celebrating CEO of Curo in Soshanguve, Dr. Fani Sabelo, who has offered 20 scholarships for local learners and teams to study at Curo until they complete their matric. We call on private sector to emulate this example set by Curo leadership, Dr. Sabelo. We are working with PSL and SAFA to make sure that our province hosts major soccer events in our stadiums. We will incorporate creative arts into our major sporting activities, and we are committing just over 39.984 million for the purpose of bidding and hosting major sports and cultural events in the province. So in the next few days, we will host the Vitality Netball World Cup Trophy Tour. Once again, hi to our champions up there, as we support our girls who have secured a spot in the World Cup taking place for the first time in South Africa this July and August. This is in addition to having hosted the FIFA Women's World Cup Trophy Tour in Gauteng earlier this year. This is how we show commitment to women's sports in Gauteng. So we are working with our sister departments of economic development to explore, so we will explore other major sports, arts and culture events that bring the province economic spin-off. Speaker, we remain committed to achieving and maintaining our transformational targets. I'm also responding to you, Honorable Chabalala. You spoke about targets and APPs. These include the maintenance of a minimum of 50% female representation in SMS, 40% procurement of female businesses, 30% of procurement of youth businesses, 7% for people living with disability, and 3% of our military veterans maintained for all goods procured by the department. So as part of our Township Revitalization Act, we remain committed to achieving our targets of procuring a minimum of 30% of our goods services from townships. Just in response to what you were asking, Masilela, it is no? Yeah, anyway, I think whatever your name is, respectfully, you asked about townships. We will be, no, I go undermine you. No. Focus. So we will, yeah, so you are Masilela. I said Masilela, you said no. So I don't know what's wrong with you. You don't know your surname, that's your problem. So anyway, we will be building 50 combination codes in townships. And I hope you will be part of the developmental agenda there. You should, no, we will invite you, all 50 of them will be built in schools. Outside, we will be building your artificial pitch soccer fields. One in each, two in each region. So they will be coming. So a swimming pool that you want, you will get at Soshanguve, don't worry. You will get it. The 6 admin, the 6 admin will see our journey into the 30 years of our democracy. Speaker, once again, I want to convey my good luck wishes to the 2 football clubs that will be playing at Loftus Versfeld. And I will make sure to give them the message that EFF says all of their fans are functional. It's on record. Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable members, I can't keep on asking you to behave. Honorable Masoleng, can you leave the house? Honorable Masoleng, can you leave the house? Honorable Masoleng, are you intentionally ignoring my instructions? Honorable Masoleng, I ask you to leave the house. Can I also make this ruling? If in 30 minutes' time, I'm counting now, the time is 10 to 1. If by 20 past 1, Honorable Makhene, Honorable Masilela, and Honorable Khatebe, we are still wearing your sneakers. I didn't say you must respond. I'm saying if by that time we are still wearing the sneakers, we're going to make a ruling on that. So this is the ruling that I'm making now. Thank you very much. The next order.
Speaker. But Speaker. Why am I being attacked? No, I can't take.
Order 5. Wait. Where are we? I must call Honorable Masugune.
Yes, but first
Or I must ask you to read the order, right? Sharp. Order. There shall be order now, ne? Comrade. Order. Apologies. Don't get carried away. I apologize, honorable members. Honorable Masoleng, henceforth you are not participating in this house. You are not going to vote even. Thank you. The next speaker, or the next order rather, Secretary, please read the next order.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Order number 5 is the consideration of the Community Safety Committee's oversight report on the detail of the Department of Community Safety Budget Vote 10 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G001-2023 for the 2023-2024 financial year.
Honorable Masugu.
Thank you. Good day, Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members, the citizens of Gauteng. I hereby present an oversight report on the assessment of the Department of Community Safety's Budget Appropriation Bill for the financial year 2023-2024. And I would also like to request that parts of the report that would be read out loud be considered as read and also to be considered for record. The department received 2.2 billion, marking an increase by 1.6 when compared to the previous financial year allocation of just over 1.1 billion. The respective programs received their share of allocations as follows. Program 1, which is the one on administration, received 178.3 million, which has an increase of 4.3 million. Program 2 received 268.7 million, which marked a decline of 12 million. Program 3, which is traffic management, received the largest allocation amounting to 2.2 billion. This was a substantial increase of over 1.6 billion when compared to the 698 million in the previous financial year. The committee noted the increase in the number of the department plan targets from 48 in the previous financial year to 62 in the current financial year. The increase resulted mainly from the provincial elevated priorities in crime prevention, as was pronounced by the Premier, Honorable Lusufi. As part of the elevated priorities, the department planned to appoint 600 crime prevention wardens. To date, 3,203 prevention wardens have been appointed and were deployed in various crime hotspots across the province. The committee welcomes the appointment of the crime prevention wardens because whilst they are aimed at ensuring crime reduction, the initiative also addresses the socio-economic aspect in reducing the high level of unemployment, which has been noted as a contributory factor to crime. The department also planned to continue to procure 177 drones, 3 helicopters, 257 policing vehicles, and also distribute e-panic across the province. The department planned to continue to monitor the performance of law enforcement agencies in the province and also establish the Provincial Integrated Command Center. The functionality of the Provincial Integrated Command Center is key in making sure that there is seamless integration and collaboration amongst various law enforcement agencies in the province. The committee also noted the planned law enforcement operations, which include social crime prevention, school safety intervention programs, and traffic law enforcement operations. Fundamentally, crime prevention is a community participation. It's important that positive working relationships are developed between the police and the communities to build enduring solutions and increase trust between the police and the public. The committee also noted the plans by the department to establish 24/7 anti-land invasion unit to address the alarming rate of irresponsible acts of illegal occupation of land across the province. The committee believes that the budget as allocated to the department is aligned to its strategic priorities and planned targets, and we are hoping that it will achieve crime reduction. Key to the achievement of the targets is effective implementation of the targets as planned. The committee will be monitoring the implementation of these targets as a quarterly basis. Now I'm going to address what is important, what the committee would have been in terms of the concerns. And maybe before the concerns, we have to just maybe address the issues that were raised when we had our public involvement, our public participation in terms of stakeholders, which was held in Orlando West in Soweto. And these stakeholders were constituted from people from Soweto and who came in and participated in the presentation of the budget by the department. The major concerns that were raised in the engagement was the prevalence of illicit drugs, which was raised as devastating amongst the community and residences. The other issue was in Orlando West was the issue of the hostel safety, which was becoming a crime hotspot and predominantly in incidents of crime, of murder and common robbery. Also, there was concerns raised about the recruitment process of crime prevention wardens, and also that there was an issue raised about the department and all of us taking care of community patrollers and CPFs, which particularly felt that they were not regarded or considered for the crime prevention wardens process. The committee also noted the public outcry by the residences of Brian Fisher about the high crime rate in the area, and also they raised the issue about the scrap metals and also the issue of Mazamazama in the area. It's important that the issues relating to Dobsonville Police Station is actually addressed. The committee's concerns and observations were as follows. The committee observed the substantial increase of the budget of over 1.6 billion, the support provided to victims of gender-based violence and femicide, the lack of progress on the establishment of Provincial Integrated Command Center. Also, we've got the concerns about the fully functionality of crime prevention wardens, the functionality of the usage of drones and helicopters in crime prevention and crime fighting, and how the department plans to distribute and monitor the functionality of the e-panic buttons, the upsurge of crime-related violence in our schools, and also the issue of how the department plans to assess the 11 community safety forums across the province, and also the prevalence of illegal occupation of land. The committee proposes the following: that the department must submit a report on the control measures that it will put in place in terms of management of the budget, the progress report on the implementation of the GPVF intervention program, the status report on the establishment of the Provincial Integrated Command Center. The department also provide a report on the crime prevention wardens, the progress so far in terms of deployment, coordination, and the legal parameters in terms of their functionality. The department to provide the report on the functionality and the usage of drones and helicopters. The department must provide a report on the functionality and the achievement of the community safety forums. Also provide a department review its intervention program and implement enhanced intervention or ensure school safety. The department must provide a report on performance of metropolis departments. The department must also provide a progress report on the functionality of the anti-land invasion unit. All these reports, we expect them to be presented to the committee by the 30th June 2023. I, Honorable Bandile Masuku, the chairperson of the Community Safety Portfolio Committee, thank the MEC Faith Nonhlanhla Mazibuko, HOD Ms. Nontsikelelo Sisulu and their team for their cooperation during the consideration of the 2023-24 financial year budget vote 10 of the Department of Community Safety. I'll further like to thank also the members of the committee for their diligence in assessing and their work they've done in assessing this budget vote. Honorable S. Nkosi Malomane, Honorable S. Kanyile, Honorable Bosch, Honorable Robinson, Honorable Hoffman, Honorable Mandlankomo. We further like to thank all our staff members who continue to support and provide our work with legitimate credibility. In accordance with Rule 117, Section 2, Subsection C, read together with Rule 164, I recommend that the Committee Oversight Report on Budget Vote 10 of the Department of Community Safety 2023-24 financial year be adopted by the House, taking into consideration the concern and the proposed recommendations made in this report. I thank you.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Honorable Kanyile.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to second.
I now put the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who are not in favor say no. The ayes have it. Report is adopted. Secretary, please take us to the next order.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Order number 6 is the debate on the detail of the Department of Community Safety Budget Vote 10 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G001-2023 for the 2023-2024 financial year.
MEC Mazibuko.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Let me greet Premier in absentia. Let me also acknowledge members of the Executive Council. Let me also acknowledge members of the legislature. Let me also acknowledge the members from the mayoral committees that have also joined us. Let me also acknowledge the South African Police SAPS management that is here. I saw the lieutenant generals, major generals that are here with us this morning. Let me also acknowledge the head of the department and all the Z83 members that are here. Let me also acknowledge our stakeholders in the criminal justice system and our community police force that have joined us. Let me also acknowledge all the guests that have been invited, and indeed they've graced this event. Singakhohlwa nokubingelela ama-crime prevention wardens, which are popularly known as amapanya-panya, the new force in Gauteng, ladies and gentlemen, sanibonani. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is of utmost privilege to stand before this House and the people of Gauteng to present the Department of Community Safety's budget for the financial year 2023-2024. We present this budget a few days before National Child Protection Week begins, a week dedicated to raising awareness about children's rights and heightening the efforts to end neglect, abuse, violence, and the exploitation of children. The creation of a safe and thriving Gauteng is crucial for ensuring that our children are protected and have opportunities to realize their dreams. Children must be seen and heard and protected. Madam Deputy Speaker, ngesizulu siyaisithi ingane engakhali ifela embelekweni. We have heard the cries of our communities because they live in fear in their homes and can't even walk at night or even during the day because their valuables are taken from them by those that are masquerading in our communities. Thus far, the Gauteng provincial government, led by Honorable Premier Lesufi, is resolute in its concerted efforts to strengthen the fight against crime, corruption, vandalism, and lawlessness. To this end, the department has aligned with our elevated priorities as per the commitments that were made by Premier during the State of the Province address and the growing Gauteng Together 2030 Program of Action and the GGT 5-year policing plan. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Gauteng Provincial Government has identified the fight against crime as an apex priority. Against this backdrop, the department has been significantly increased its budget to 2,706,192,000 rands for the period of 2023-2024 year. The budget breakdown will focus mainly on administration, the provincial secretariat, and the traffic management. The department has earmarked 1.4 billion to give effect to the elevated priorities that are aimed at building safer communities. This amount will be used for funding a new organogram so that then we're able to incorporate the newly recruited 6,000 crime prevention wardens, purchase tools of trades for them and training for them, leasing helicopters, buying drones, and training of the train operators. The e-panic buttons that all members of the communities are actually going to get is included in this budget. As the department, in responding to ensuring that women are also empowered, we indeed, within the vacancies that we had in the department, have made sure that we employ more women. Currently, we're sitting at 60% of women in senior positions. And the department has promoted 10 people with disabilities and employed 6 more. The total number of people with disabilities in the department has increased, and thus, as a result, we are able to meet the targets as set by the provincial government. The provincial secretariat, in continuing to do its oversight work, it will continue to prioritize those police stations that continue to be a problem here in Gauteng. Using the model of the JIPS, a yardstick to measure performance, the oversight function will continue in the priority stations as mandated by Section 206, subsection 3 of the Constitution. In addition to providing oversight, the department will continue to support the implementation of crime-fighting initiatives. The department's effective implementation of the interventionist oversight approach during the 2022-2023 financial year led to the procurement of 50 patrol vehicles and 4 additional mobile police stations for the South African Police Service to enhance police visibility and respond in the crime hotspots on highways and also in public spaces on a 24-hour basis. The department's interventions approach also with respect to this has seen us even improving on how we do our monitoring and oversight. In the past 3 years, the department has actually procured 100 BMWs, high-powered vehicles, and 12 mobile police stations, 50 patrol vans, 29 GPV cars that we have successfully donated to the South African Police Service in ensuring that they continue to be visible in our communities. Under traffic management, Honourable Deputy Speaker, we know that combating crime and reducing road carnages is some of the responsibilities that we have, and also creating a safer roads for all our citizens and our visitors. Excessive speeding continues to be a problem here in Gauteng. Thus far, we've seen many people who drive at high speed being caught and actually being brought to book. And also those that are drinking and driving. They are also a problem and they contribute highly on our road carnage here in Gauteng. And we intend to make sure that with the procurement of the Static Alcohol Evidentiary Center, we'll be able to catch all those that abuse alcohol and then get behind the wheel and be able, and as a result, cause road crashes. Pedestrians also continue to be a problem. 50% of the road carnages that we see as the province is actually contributed by pedestrians who just walk on the road, even at night, without wearing visible clothing. We wish to encourage our communities to please make sure that when you drive on our roads or you walk on our roads, please be visible. We have also resuscitated the Road Safety Councils in ensuring that the education and more information is actually given to our people. On elevated priorities, Madam Deputy Speaker, I wish to quote from our stalwart, Mayor Charlotte Mateke, who said, I open quotes, "Do it. You can't conquer what you did not attempt," close quote. This is what has propelled us to recruit 6,000 crime prevention wardens as part and parcel of strengthening our efforts in the fight against crime and improving visibility and effectiveness of law enforcement in our respective communities. These crime prevention wardens have been deployed in all the townships and across all the 5 corridors in our province. The allocation of these wardens aims to ensure that each of the wards attached to teach areas has an average of those crime prevention wardens. Their deployment will be extended in other identified hotspot areas to augment the work of the law enforcement agencies here in Gauteng. We'll be having more boots on the ground here in Gauteng. And through this addition of these new crime prevention wardens, we are definitely sure we'll see crime being reduced and more of our people being able to live happily and safely here in Gauteng. On e-policing, Madam Deputy Speaker, as the department, we are working very closely with security companies and all the neighborhood watches and various crime-fighting initiatives that are actually taking place here in our Gauteng. We wish to pay tribute to all of those that have taken it upon themselves to make sure that they participate in protecting our province and make sure that we acknowledge the work that they do. In the work that they do, we sure hope that they also comply with the laws, because you can't go and raid a person's house without a warrant to search. We'll be working very closely with Business Against Crime in ensuring that we secure more CCTV cameras, working also together with eGov. More and more eyes and ears will be in our communities. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, let's emphasize that land invasion and damage to infrastructure is one thing that we will not tolerate here in Gauteng, and wish to urge our members to always report when they see some of these things happening that are wrong. And I'm 100% sure through the cooperation of all of us, we'll be able to name and shame those that are vandalizing infrastructure and those that are stealing cable when there's load shedding, and as a result, our communities live in the darkness. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, MEC Mazibuko. Honorable Mkwebo.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Allow us to say from the onset that the EFF caucus will reject this budget because the MEC and her department, they are not offering us any solution of the crime we are facing in this province. Understanding that the department has been allocated a budget of 2.7 billion in 2023-2024 year. This is evident on how out of 40 most dangerous districts in Gauteng, 35 showed an increase in reported cases. This has translated in Johannesburg district, topping the list. You can check the police station called Temba. 1,812 cases were reported, which translates to 5.2% increase. Honeydew is the third, with 1,781 cases. Midrand, it always follows. There's no improvement in this police station. To make matters worse, the most alarming increase was reported in Krugersdorp, with an increase of 270 cases, which is 22.8%. This was reported in the third quarter of 2021 and 2022. It follows each other. It shows that there is no improvement. This means that Gauteng contributed 27.1% of crime in the country. Deputy Speaker, there is no disagreement that crime in our province is out of hand. However, what we are seeing with these rises is that this department remains ineffective. Moreover, the intelligence in this department leaves much to be desired. We can conclude that we are not safe at all in this province. The department has no concrete information and knowledge system to prove to us as the committee and present in front of us what are the priorities which they can achieve. What I can say with you now in the House and the people of Gauteng, we don't have problem with the employment and populist stand of the Premier using this department. The problem which we have with people who are busy employing with the department MEC, we have EPWP workers from your department all over this province, which their contract were terminated, which some of them were not even paid, which are in our offices day in and out, which we even reported to you as the MEC to say, these people you are busy employing with EPWP, they are nurses which are trained, which you agreed with the Department Collaboration of Health, which some of them you utilized yourself, and people whom they said they want employment in this province. The problem which I said even when I was debating a day before is the finishing of the ANC is a problem. But to start and popularize it and show that you want to do something, today, we are happy for them, but their contracts are going to be terminated just on the way. Where do they go? They go to the only political party which is called Economic Freedom Fighters, which this year we are doing 10 years, and we are going to continue to advocate for them because these people, they believe only in the EFF. And in 2024, while we'll be sitting that side, having the MEC of Community Safety from the EFF, we will show you what is happening in Johannesburg, where Commissar Dr. Mgene is doing with public safety of Johannesburg as a municipality. That is a demonstration that when we govern as the EFF, we'll be on the ground and make sure that we fight criminals toe to toe, pound to pound, head to head with them, direct to them, with the buildings they hijacked in Johannesburg. But now the problem with your department, they are not rising. They are not rising to complement what is happening in Johannesburg with the MMC of Public Safety. They are not rising to join MEC. Join MMC of Johannesburg. Go with him to the buildings in Johannesburg. Go with him and see the criminals who are terrorizing our people inside Johannesburg here. You are nowhere to be found because the MMC is wearing the red overalls. But in 2024, the community safety MEC of this province, I can tell you now, will be wearing the overalls in the streets of the whole province, showing the confidence of our people who are going to give the EFF the powers. As the EFF, we reject this budget. We can't support this mediocre. Thank you very much.
Thank you, honorable.
Yeah,
Thank you, honorable member. I've got this.
You've got this.
Man, I thought my ears are deceiving me. Wait. I thought my ears are deceiving me. Honorable Mukwebo, I've got this. You are not going to shout at me. You are not going to shout at me. You are not going to shout at me. I know that, and I'm busy with it. You are not going to threaten me. Sit down, Mkwebo. Mkwebo, sit down.
Madam Speaker, order.
Honorable Mkwebo, what you are not going to do is to intimidate me as a presiding officer. Yes, I'm saying I've got this. You are not giving me a chance to deal with this matter, man. Give me a chance to deal with it. How am I going to speak when you think pointing me at fingers? You can't be pointing me. You can't be hissing me like that. I've got this. Colleagues from the gallery or members from the gallery. Sorry, Chair of Chairs. Members of the gallery, I thought my ears are deceiving me, really, because I think maybe the noise or heckling is here. You are not supposed to participate. You are not supposed to interject, interrupt, or disturb speakers in any form or way. If you are unable to do that as guests, because you are exactly that, you are guests here, you are sitting at our behest. No clapping of hands, you are not members of this house, you are guests. So please respect these people that you are here, who are representing you and are here to communicate the issues. Yes, I know, that's why I'm telling them that you are here at work. So, man, who's part of our honorable guests, excuse. Thank you very much. The exchanges between these colleagues here is not a license and a permission for you to enter the fray. Thank you very much. The next speaker is Honorable Hoffman.
Speaker.
Yes, is there an order? Yes.
I don't know if it's an order, Speaker, but can you maybe assist? Member Masilela here, she was threatened by the member there. Rule. Which rule did she use when she threatened her? You can,
Member Machene, you must focus on me. You are reporting to me.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. Wait.
Okay.
We cannot have members threatening each other that will meet outside on the street, and I'll show you in the house sitting. And I noticed that you did not capture that because you were busy with people from the gallery. And as the chair of chairs, can you please assist?
Okay. Honorable members, ne? Let's say this. I will check. I'll check if there was a threat. I did not hear that. But I know that, you see, as you give, ne, you are likely to also receive. So when it happens, you heckle each other. Don't draw the attention of the presidium. All I can say, I request order amongst yourselves. Behave as honorable members. Make your points without having to threaten each other or beat up each other. In your own time without involving all of us. So I request that you be in order. Smamelane. Up there, in Ville, let us have orders, Mabelane. Let's not drown each other. Let's not beat up each other. Let's not have all these many things. Thank you very much. Honorable Hoffman. Okay.
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Voorsitter, terwyl ek hierdie toespraak maak, word daar vroue verkrag en mense gedood. Gauteng is in 'n krisis. Tog spandeer ons eerder ons veiligheidsbegroting aan politieke toertjies. Die 3200 aangestelde wordens is oorgewig en sal eerder 'n verkoue vang as 'n krimineel. Die 3 maande opleiding wat hulle ontvang het, is twyfelagtig en onvoldoende. Dit laat my dink aan iemand wat 'n YouTube-video kyk oor karate en homself 'n swart bel daarvoor gee. Voorsitter, waarom versterk ons nie die SAPD met die 256 voertuie nie? Waarom gee ons nie eerder die helikopters vir die lugvleuel nie? Voorsitter, die keuring van hierdie lede is substandaard en plaas die SAPD-lede waar saam hulle werk se lewens in gevaar.
Dankie, honorable meneer Hoffman.
Die GPF versterk het. Verder kan ons hierdie fondse eerder gebruik het om reserviste binne die SAPD op te lei. Maar nee, veiligheid binne Gauteng is nie prioriteit nie, maar eerder 20 minute op die TV. Dankie.
Dankie, meneer honorable member Hoffman. Your date was long up. Honorable Robinson.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Crime in this province is undeniably out of control, and more needs to be done to curb its scourge on the people of Gauteng. Gauteng has 12 of the top 30 stations regarding community-reported serious crime in the country, accounting for 40% of the national total. This is a problem that needs serious and imminent intervention. The Premier has indicated that crime prevention will be a high priority while trying to imitate the Western Cape's Law Enforcement Advancement Plan program. Well done. The next step would be for the Premier and MEC Mazibuko to join us in lobbying for the devolution of policing powers from national to provincial level. There is a 135% increase to this department's budget, and it would be hard to argue that the executive is not serious about crime fighting. We hope that this money will not form part of some pre-election looting, while the affected communities do not see the benefit of the increased budget. The DA welcomes the increase because every effort initiated to curb crime is a step in the right direction. However, I am concerned about throwing money at a problem without a real plan. Is there a plan? The limited reports on what we aim to achieve, except a blanket response, crime reduction, does not give me any comfort that there are plans. MEC Mazibuko, do we even know what the needs and priorities of all the stations in the province are? If not, we better get that quickly. How does one allocate resources effectively when you don't know where the resources are most needed? The drivers of crime are complex, but the socio-economic circumstances of the people of Gauteng are not necessarily conducive to a safe environment. So I wonder whether throwing drones, panic buttons and instant cops at problems will work. It is called a panic button because communities will panic once they press them and nothing happens. I note that the increased budget came with an additional 14 targets for the department to achieve, but the scorecard remains the provincial crime stats. If this administration is serious about crime, the crime stats will be the only proof. We will keep monitoring these stats to ensure something positive comes out of this increased budget. I have been to police stations across Johannesburg and Ekurhuleni, and I have concluded that the South African Police Service can no longer fight crime on their own with the limited resources they have been given. There is a severe shortage of police vehicles as well as personnel shortages, which hinders the police's ability to fight and prevent crime daily. Therefore, I am pleased about the allocation of additional vehicles and feet on the ground to deal with crime. However, I will keep questioning the wisdom of taking someone off the street, training them for 3 short months, sticking a gun in their hand, and unleashing them on the public. It all seems rather reckless to me. While the traffic management budget was increased by 223% to 2.2 billion rand due to the addition of crime wardens, there is no evidence that this program is a priority during the next financial year. Time and time again, Honourable Speaker, the issue of road and pedestrian fatalities in this province is raised and met with inaction. There seems to be no clear plan in this province to deal with road safety, and the budget speaks to exactly that. We cannot afford to enforce the laws of the road perpetually, only when there are no overtime or shift allowances at play. We will continue to push in the committee and in this House to get a clear plan of action, as this budget, when it comes to road safety, is a plan of inaction. Honourable Speaker, although the DA supports this budget, we do so with the reservations set out above. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Robinson. Honourable Nkosi Malobane.
Okay, thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Let me recognize the Speaker, the Deputy Chair of Chairs, the Premier in absentia, the Leader of Government Business, members of the Executive Council, leaders of the Leader of the Opposition Party, Chairperson of committees, honourable members, and of course, the valuable members of this valuable citizens of Gauteng. It gives me great pleasure to address this August House as we reflect on the budget tabled by the Department of Community Safety. However, before going any further, I trust we all commemorated a happy Africa Day yesterday, the 25th of May 2023. I deliberately use the word commemorate and not celebrate. This is because Africa Day is not only about celebration, but more importantly, it is a commitment to create the Africa we want and envisage for the generation yet to come. May 25, 1963 marked a defining moment in Africa's history, the founding of the Organization of Africa Unity, which we know today as the African Union. 60 years later, we are still reminded to honor this pivotal anniversary. The theme for this year commemorative is encapsulated under the rallying cry, "Our Africa, our future." Africa Day reminds us of the commemorate the continent's steadfast journey of unity, progress, and shared dreams. However, it is not all bells and whistles because for many Africans, gender parity, safety in the home, especially with an intimate partner, safety of women and children remains an elusive dream and in some instances seemingly downright unachievable. But as Africans, we are not losers, we are not quitters. No matter how hard or unachievable some of the ideals of the Africa we want may seem, we will forge forward, taking some steps at a time to ensure that we never, ever lose focus of that Africa we all want. This will be made possible not through speeches and reports, but through the ordinary people like you and me. The ideal Africa we realize through the power of, we'll actually realize through the power of our people. It is against this backdrop of a safer and more secure Africa and South Africa in particular that I wish to commend Premier Lesufi, MEC Mazibuko, and the HOD, Ms. Sisulu, for making good on commitments of safety and security made to the people of Gauteng. As we reach the 100 days in office for the current Premier, we welcome the implementation of the numerous initiatives relating to safety and security in our province. When the announcement was made to employ 6,000 crime prevention wardens on the street of Gauteng, people thought it was impossible. When the announcement of the drones and the face recognition cameras was made, people laughed and did not believe it was possible. But alas, as we speak, we witness this on our streets and of course in our skies. We also know that the Gauteng is the only province that has responded positively to the President Cyril Ramaphosa's gender-based violence and femicide summit with an associated GBVF response plan. Where others may still be speaking about this sketch, we know that the provincial government has put tangible mechanisms in place to address this stubborn sketch. It is commendable that the department, through Ikayale Temba in Everton, has assisted more than 7,000 victims of GBV in a period of a year. Again, through the hard work of the department in preparing victims and families for cases of GBV, as well as organizing pressure groups, we have managed to secure successful conviction for Tshogofase Pule. The perpetrator received life sentence. Jabulile Nkosi from Alexander, whom I once made a member statement for being killed by a meter taxi driver, a life sentence and multiple years in prison for that particular perpetrator. This is because we cannot be living in a province where crime is freely committed with no fear of being caught or arrested. We cannot live in a province where people are kidnapped, robbed, murdered, and assaulted. However, while we welcome the early signs of realization towards these commitments, it is not yet time to celebrate. It is still early days and in fact too early to make a dent in the crime rates just yet. We are concerned about the quantum leap of the department's budget from last year's 1.1 billion to 2.7 billion and hope that the huge 135% increase will translate into positive impact from the crime fighting initiatives that have been procured. We will keep the pressure on and we will exercise relentless oversight over the executive to ensure that these interventions yield the desired impact. So watch this space, MEC, because we will be watching you, and of course, the HOD as well. That is definitely for sure. One of the key mandates of the department is to conduct robust oversight in all metros, including traffic police in Gauteng through provincial civilian oversight, active citizens and public-private partnership. It is in this regard that we are concerned about the lack of accountability by the three metros in Gauteng, Tshwane, Ekurhuleni, and Johannesburg. We raise this concern without fear or favor because our job as the legislature is to conduct intensive and quality oversight on the work of the executive. Quarterly review sessions with the Metro Police Department is non-negotiable. We will hold to account where it is relevant, and we will commend and congratulate where it is due. Therefore, whilst we will not tolerate substandard performance, equally so, we will not willy-nilly rubbish the good work done by the executive, particularly the Department of Community Safety, in trying to improve the quality of life of our citizens. We will not congratulate for show, and neither we will criticize for mere grandstanding. We will do what is needed and important, and we will be unapologetic in this regard. Let us not forget the scourge of drug abuse and those that are affected by this family and community breaker. The Nyope pandemic is deep-rooted in our communities, and we appeal to the department to keep this on a radar as well. Equally important is the issue of overgrowing number of street vagrants and traffic light beggars who becomes criminals sometimes, and of course, those who vandalize our traffic lights. These are all criminals that need to be dealt with. GBVF is one of the most stubborn crimes in our society, and will remind the department to never to let their guards down on this evil scourge. We should not rest until such time that men, women, and children are free to walk in the streets and play in the parks as any time of the day or night without falling victims of crime. The proactive and decisive stance to tackle illegal land grabs through the anti-land invasion tactical unit is noted with satisfaction, but also we remind the department to address the matter related to the vehicles that are supposed to be made available for this unit to undertake its duties fully and properly. We also call upon the department to strengthen their work on fighting against the destruction of state infrastructure, and perpetrators need to be eliminated. We call for the review of police to enhance the impact of crime fighting initiatives in the province, not just being glorified traffic office police. Similarly, we look forward to the plan to reduce road carnage and report back to the committee on a quarterly basis. It is an unfortunate reality that most of the deaths recorded in our province are because of road carnage. Despite the slight decrease in this regard, let us continue and put an end to this phenomenon that making our highway, our burial sites that are now declared burial sites in Gauteng. Despite the best initiative, the fight for a safer and more secure Gauteng cannot be fought by government alone. It is a multiple force attack which requires all sectors of society to be involved. Resident business, government, NGOs, CSOs, and other formations should be part of the collaboration. And it is also necessary to link the peace wardens with SAPS to maximize on existing network resources and skills. We welcome many of these initiatives, MEC, to ensure a safer Gauteng. Let us not undermine or rubbish efforts based on political lines, Mkwebo, or to secure cheap points. As I close, Mkwebo, I say with confidence that realizing a safer and more secure Gauteng is within reach, and it is possible. Safety and security is all our business, and this will ensure we achieve a better Gauteng, South Africa, and the world. Allow me to expose successes of crime fighting by a united team through Operation Ukaimulao, which is led by which is the joint operation that is led in most cases by the Premier and the department, and of course SAPS. This initiative, working with all law enforcement agencies, have managed to reduce the number of wanted criminals for serious crimes like murder, rape, assault, GBH, and CIT. It has also increased visibility of law enforcement officers within hotspots in our local communities. On this note, allow me to leave by quoting a poem by renowned Zimbabwean journalist Trishula Patel that is titled The Real Africa. The Africa I know, the Africa that is reflected in the warm sunshine that you can feel burning inside you, the Africa that shines from a warm, spontaneous smile, the Africa is at the heart of high sky mountains and tropical jungle, of golden sand dunes and lush green grassland. The Africa that is at the heart of different people, different language, different cultures, different identities, who will all call this land their home. The land where moyo muti unomera payuno, where roots take hold and don't let go, solid as the baobab tree that has always been and will always be there, standing steady and solid against the menace of time. My Africa is where my heart resides, even when I'm long gone and far away, where my mind drifts to cross the distance of never-ending ocean. The real Africa can be smelled the minute you step off a plane onto Africa's soil and feel the air calling you, beckoning you home. The real Africa is the chaos and the calm that exists side by side as honking cars zoom past on streets that run parallel to cows grazing peacefully in the field. This is the real Africa, the one they never show. This is the place I call home, close quote. In those words, Madam Deputy Speaker, allow me to indicate that the ANC in Gauteng do support the Gauteng Department of Community Safety budget, and we are confident that it will be implemented and spent properly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Nkosi Malobane. Honorable MEC Mazibuko.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Let's appreciate the participation and the inputs from the members of the who are debating today, and we truly appreciate Honorable Chief Whip. Order, please. Let's appreciate the debate and the inputs, and indeed we take them very serious, Chair. In fighting crime, there's no one who wants to outshine each other, but it's all of us putting our efforts together in ensuring that we create a crime-free Gauteng. If you see us with our boots on the ground, our overalls, that's a contribution to ensuring that we fight crime in Gauteng. All of us will be ensuring that we do our work diligently. Madam Deputy Speaker, we do also have quite a lot of community organizations that work hand in glove with the police, such as your Tata Zonke, that is in Zonke Zizwe in your Katoras area, abo last number, obathola ngapha ngabo Tutuza, abo I operation, abo Alex Street patrols, abo stick, abo Midlands, crime fighters, abo neighborhood watches that we have throughout the corners of Gauteng, and the famous program that all of you now watch, Ebizubutwas Zoktol, which is a clear demonstration, Madam Deputy Speaker, that everyone is worried about the ravaging drugs that are actually destroying our communities. And we hope that all of us will be able to assist one another in ensuring that there are more boots on the ground, but most of all, appreciate the work that is being done by the South African Police Service. Yes, you may be going to a police station, but ultimately as a department, we are to hold them accountable and ensure that they are available. With the addition of resources from the provincial government, there shall not be any police station where you call and you are told there are no vans. We actually have donated all those vans to the South African Police Service so that then they are able to make sure that they respond on time when communities are responding. We've got quite a lot of community patrollers, which are the backbone, most of them volunteers. Ba patrol ebusuku, Others even dig deep out of their pockets to ensure that they accompany people now a taxi or they are going to catch a train. But most of all, in ensuring that the communities they know they exist. Umnaphuma njengegate la kwakhe knows that there are community patrollers within. We wish to pay tribute to all of those volunteers. They are not complaining about demand okuningi, but as and when there are opportunities that do arise within the provincial government and they meet the requisite qualifications, Madam Deputy Speaker, we are indeed making sure that they also get those opportunities that others are able to do. The Operation Kaimlawa will continue. Now it's no longer only two days in a week. It is now 4 days in a week because we've noticed the crime patterns in Gauteng. We can't forever be featuring in the top 30 of the national statistics, but we'll ensure that as we continue working together, everyone, nakaphuma nanoma kweyiphi ilali uthi uze and everyone, even those that come undocumented, baze eGoli bonke. And Madam Deputy Speaker, we sure hope ukuthi if we work together, and please, people must avoid employing undocumented people within their homes, because ultimately they pay a price because you don't even know who is that person that we have employed. We'll continue strengthening our work in fighting gender-based violence, and we're mobilizing all men and women in this House to be at the forefront of ensuring that they assist us in the fight against gender-based violence and femicide, and that they raise awareness also within their constituencies and within the work that they do. When they speak, they must also assist in making sure that they share with various of our people. If you go to any police station now, Madam Deputy Speaker, there is a GPV desk. You don't have to stand in the counter and shout to the police, Uguti, why am I here to report? But you'll be attended to privately, and after that, be shown to a victim-friendly room where you'll get all the assistance. In terms of in implementing the integrated crime prevention strategy, Madam Deputy Speaker, as the department will work hand in hand with all our stakeholders and all the departments in ensuring that those strategic goals of integration are actually achieved. And we'll make sure that we prevent the proliferation of drugs and substances in our communities, prevent illegal occupation of land and building, also have safe school safety and tackling of criminality, which continues to hinder the rollout of economic opportunities in our province. And that plan is actually made or implemented by the Prof joints, and coordination is actually realized there. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, let me thank members of the Portfolio Committee for their diligent work and always holding us accountable. Hey, Madam Deputy Speaker, as in our times, we English, but they have to make sure that we do our work. We wish also to thank the members of the Executive Council for their continued support and their continued information in ensuring that the work that we do is a work that makes the provincial government. It's not about the Department of Community Safety, it's about making the provincial government implement what it promised the communities and citizens of Gauteng. We wish to thank all the law enforcement officers under the guidance and leadership of Lieutenant General Mawela and all the district commissioners that are here with us, and all of them, those are not here, in ensuring that work continues to happen and they never sleep, Madam Deputy Speaker. They make sure that those communities, when they phone, they are actually able to respond on time. And what's good is that they also share their phone numbers. If you experience any stress, you are able to phone them and say, I'm here at this police station and I'm not getting help, or I'm here at this station, or this is the help that I am actually doing. Let's also thank all the community members, even our guests that are here today, and those that are committed in fighting crime, and wish to say, Ningatinwa nangomuso. Thank you, Nyabo.
I tell you now.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. Secretary, please take us to the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Consideration of the Social Development Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the detail of the Department of Social Development, Budget Vote 8-6 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill, G001 of 2023 for the 2023-2024 financial year. Thank you.
Amanda, Minister Flukni.
Honorable Mukherjee, but just before then, those who've logged in virtually, can you mute your mics, please, if you are not on the platform or recognized to speak? Thank you. Honorable Mukherjee.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Greetings to the honorable members in the House and to our people of Gauteng. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I'm going to request that parts of the report that I'm not going to table must be taken as tabled by the House. I, Dr. Nomathemba Mokgethi, the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee of Social Development, hereby tables the committee's report on the budget vote of the Gauteng Department of Social Development, Vote 6 for 2023-2024 financial year. On the executive summary, in the current financial year, the committee noted that the department has been allocated a budget of 5,550,806,000. On Program 1, administration has received an allocation of 718,409,000 with a decrease of 87,084,000 compared to the previous financial year. Program 2, Social Welfare Services, has received an allocation of 692,604,000, marking a decrease of 355,409,000 compared to the previous financial year. Program 3, Children and Families, has received an allocation of 1,965,543,000, marking an increase of 14,094,000 compared to the previous financial year. Program 4, Restorative Services, has received an allocation of 959,904,000, marking an increase of 74,723,000 as compared to the previous financial year. Program 5, Development and Research, has received an allocation of 1,214,346,000, marking an increase of 367,445,000 as compared to the previous financial year. The committee acknowledged with appreciation that in the 2023-2024 financial year, the department has prioritized cooperatives as an ideal tool in pursuit of local economic development and a sustainable livelihoods for poor households. According to the department, capacity building to cooperatives through supply chain management processes will be provided, while 365 cooperatives will be empowered to provide goods and services to the department and other service users. On sustainable employment creation, the department reported that 222,228 work opportunities will be created through the extended public works program in the current financial year. During the engagement on the budget vote 6 on, for the 2023-2024 financial year, the department indicated that it would reach 19,675 beneficiaries through the community-based services and 6,146 through residential facilities for older persons, while 4,265 persons with disabilities will access protective workshops for their economic empowerment. On school uniform and dignity packs, the department planned to provide school uniform packs to 185,000 learners in the 2023-2024 financial year in no-fee schools, as well as schools located in the previously rural nodes. Each school uniform package consists of a pair of shoes, one shirt, one jersey, one trouser or tunic, and one pair of socks. The committee will closely monitor the commitment and plans made by the department on school uniform and dignity packs, as it has previously failed to deliver school uniform and dignity packs in the past 4 financial years. On the concerns and recommendations, the committee is concerned that the information related to the funded NPOs per category in the current financial year has not been made available due to the fact that the progress of the budget reprioritization was not concluded when the committee considered the budget of the department. Concern number 2, the department has planned to deliver 185 school uniform for the 2023-2024 financial year, while it has failed to deliver school uniforms to deserving beneficiaries for the past 4 financial years due to the procurement-related processes. On recommendations, the department should provide a detailed report on the number of NPOs that were funded during the 2022-2023 financial year and the budget that was allocated per category. The report should be provided by the 30th of June 2023. Recommendation number 2, the department should provide a detailed report on the number of NPOs that are funded in the 2023-2024 financial year and the budget per category. The report should be provided by the 30th of June 2023. On acknowledgement, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the committee would like to thank the MEC for Social Development, MEC Mbali Sope, the acting HOD of the department, Ndate Kavasia, and other senior officials in the department. I would also like to express my appreciation to members of the committee, Honorable T. Makagula, R. Nsehe, B. Engelbrecht, B. Badenhorst, R. Kekana, D. Adams, D. Lidwaba, and Mela for their commitment to the oversight process. I commend them for their diligence during the deliberations on the budget vote for 2023-2024 financial year. The committee will also like to thank committee staff Z. Mpanjwambalo, S. Nwala, A. Jaka, S. Noleni, N. Jigolo, J. Muloi, D. Ngwenya, Tinzuke, N. Klebi, and K. Tulu for their dedication in assisting the committee to achieve its mandate. On adoption, after extensive deliberation, the committee adopted the oversight report on the Department of Social Development Budget Vote 6 for 2023-2024 financial year in accordance with Rule 117, subsection 2C, read together with Rule 164. The Social Development Portfolio Committee tables the report to the House for consideration and adoption, considering the concerns and recommendations made in the report. I thank you.
Thank you. Is there a seconder?
Deputy Speaker, I rise to second the report. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Nseke. I now put the question. All those in favor say aye. All those not in favor say no. The ayes have it. Thank you very much. Reports adopted. Secretary, please take us to the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Budget speech and debate on the details of the Department of Social Development budget vote number 6 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G001 of 2003 for the 2023-2024 financial year. Thank you.
ABC, Pape.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. If I may please request that I take the 5 minutes from my response time to be added to my input so that I'm able to speak within 15 minutes. Madam Speaker, if you further allow that I move past the salutations, however, to indicate that all protocol observed. In 1994, former President Nelson Mandela articulated that freedom should not be understood to mean leadership positions or even appointments to top positions. It must be understood as a transformation of the lives of the ordinary in the hostels, the ghettos, in the squatter camps, on the farms, and mine compounds. It means constant consultation between leaders and members of the organization. It demands of us to be in constant touch with the people, to understand their needs, hopes, and fears, and to work together with them to improve their lives. The Batupele principles encourages government to be open, honest, and transparent, and accountable about all aspects of our work. We should, amongst other things, table budgets annually, and hereby we do. These are the standards we are constantly bound to live by in order to maximize our impact in addressing issues President Nelson Mandela referred to above, including being in touch with the hopes and aspirations of our people. It is precisely for this reason our administration remains committed to our 2030 vision of growing Gauteng together, with a concerted effort towards our townships, informal settlements, and hostels. Honourable members, Gauteng is one of the provinces that leads in the provision of social services and providing dignity, care, and solace to the majority of those dependent on the state. Ours is to push back the frontiers of poverty, inequality, and unemployment. Madam Speaker, beside and despite what some naysayers may say or claim against the department, the facts reveal that the province spends the most on the vulnerable. The department spends 2.3 billion towards NPOs, whilst the Western Cape spends just over $1 billion, KZN 600 million, and the remainder of the provinces all spend below 500 million each. The facts speak for themselves and outweigh the misinformation that can never be rubbed off. When other provinces lose their residents to Gauteng in search of gold, be it business opportunities, talent exposure, entrepreneurship, or job search, it is Gauteng that makes sure that such residents see another day. Our motto of growing Gauteng together is a clear commitment to working with all in the quest to build and grow Gauteng to be the dream we all wish of. The recent encounters between the department and the NPO sector over the department's allocation of the 2.3 billion, if I may.
What's happening now? Is there a disco of some sort there?
Can my time just be paused because it is moving? Okay. The recent encounters between the department and the NPO sector over the department's allocation of the 2.3 billion to the NPO sector clearly mirrored and underscored the centrality and impact of the department has on war on poverty and how the vulnerable are responded and assisted by Gauteng, further highlighting the contestation of priorities. Whilst the province's population continues to grow and its social ills multiply, our budget has not grown as rapidly as our growth is, resulting in the contestation of priorities as the department must serve the vulnerable, our elderly, children, people with disabilities, whilst at the same time is tasked with the mandate to ensure food security, care for the homeless, and deal decisively with substance abuse. It is out of this conflict in priorities and no additional funds being provided towards the provincial elevated priorities that the department embarked on a reprioritization, resulting in much conflict with the NPO sector. We are, however, proud to indicate that this chapter is now closed. As born out of the engagements that would have taken place, Premier has committed to call an urgent Premier's Budget Committee meeting to discuss funding for our elevated priorities. Madam Speaker, peace is not the absence of conflict. It is the ability to handle conflict in peaceful means. The department, working together with its stakeholders, are readying themselves towards an NPO summit, where we will discuss governance issues, funding opportunities for NPOs that they sought to explore, mindful of the tight economic environment we're in, monitoring and evaluation, and importantly, how we are to ensure that we realize our developmental path. Madam Speaker, it is important to note that as we near the end of our current electoral term, the configuration of the management and the departments has changed. At the beginning of the 6th administration, the Gauteng Department of Social Development was a standalone. And last year, in October, after Premier Lesufi took over, the department has been combined with the Department of Agriculture, Rural Development and Environment. During the introduction of the new cabinet in October, Premier outlined elevated priorities of growing in line with our Growing Gauteng Together vision. The key focus is to change the living conditions of people, particularly in townships, informal settlements and hostels. In the SOPA speech, the Premier further detailed the action plan to be executing these priorities. The reconfigured portfolio of these two departments is as thus: a heightened fight against substance abuse, drastically reducing homelessness, the war on poverty through improving food security, welfare to work programs through accelerated skills development, and the promotion of environmental sustainability. Whilst administratively, the two departments remain on their own, both departments report to the executive, and it is our duty to ensure that both departments are streamlined and work together to achieve the elevated priorities. The DSD is tasked to champion GDT Priority 4. This covers the elevated priorities of rehabilitation to individuals who are addicted to drugs, accommodating the homeless, and ensuring food security. On substance abuse, the department reached 37,497 service users who access funded substance abuse treatment at our inpatient and outpatient treatment centers, including community-based centers. In addition, over 7 million beneficiaries were reached through substance abuse prevention programs and drug awareness programs. During the 2020-2023 SOPA, Premier Lesofie also indicated, we are now expanding our farm in Cullinan at Dr. Fabian Florence Treatment Center and another drug facilities, and with addition of 1,351 new beds. We will increase medical assessments in inpatient and outpatient services, including measures to increase the bed capacity at substance abuse facility. Work is underway with the Department of Infrastructure Development to increase the bed capacity. In this regard, 4 million has been allocated for the refurbishment of the existing dormitories at Dr. F&F Treatment Center. An additional 500,000 is allocated for the planning of Phase 2, which will increase the bed capacity by 1,000. The whole basket of services that the treatment and recovery management that will be rendered at Dr. F&F Treatment Center facility. This includes substance abuse disorder services, aftercare support and reintegration services, as well as skills development. In addition, the department is partnering with NPOs to provide additional capacity of 360 beds for inpatient treatment users. To further curb the scourge of substance abuse and to aggressively encourage the uptake of discourage the uptake of substances, our Kick It Season 2 was aired on SABC 1 from September to December. It won the South African Film and Television Award on the 3rd of September 2022 for the Best Factual Educational Program. Kick It Season 1 also won the same award in 2019. The GPG Anti-Substance Helpline was launched on the 25th of October 2022, last year. And the Premier and myself, since then, the helpline has remained inundated with daily calls from residents desperate for assistance to curb the scourge of substance abuse. This is a battle we must win. In this financial year, we will see a significant increase in service users accessing drug treatment and aftercare services. From 38,883 in 2020-2023 to over 75,000 in 2023-2024, almost doubling the outreach of those hooked on substances. On food security, the department provided relief to the tune of 444,748 beneficiaries by expanding its food security interventions to the poorest communities by providing nutritional food parcels, daily meals through home and community-based care organizations, our 5 food banks and nutrition centers. The department's provision of food parcels has also been found to be a positive impact on psychological and psychometric growth and reduces the engagement of risky conduct such as crime, transactional sex, and dropping out of school. Working closely with the Department of Agriculture, we are embarking on a sustainable food security initiative premised on the ability of communities to provide for themselves. On homelessness, a total of 2,010 homeless beneficiaries were admitted in homeless shelters, whilst 9,316 were beneficiaries reached through our homeless outreach campaigns. The department runs park homes, provides meals for those in shelters, extends skills development, and assists with family reunification. As expressed by Premier during the SOPA, awareness campaigns in relation to addressing homelessness in Gauteng must be elevated. We have reallocated homeless people, and we are giving them meals, medical support, clothing, and shelter. We are putting systems to prepare and give them support during the coming winter season. In pursuit of strengthening the homeless program, the department is partnering with NPOs to implement mobile outreach services that will be targeting strategic places and communities. To this end, the department has allocated an amount of 98 million to the homeless program. The department also fully responds to GGT Priority 1 on economy, jobs and infrastructure. In strengthening partnerships with the social cluster departments and the private sector, the department significantly contributes to the provincial Tsebo 1 million program aimed to help young people, to upskill them and ensure that they are able to be taken out of poverty. The department's programs designed for youth development include job creation through our Welfare to Work program, skills development, entrepreneurship, income generation projects, learnerships, internships, and bursary programs. Madam Speaker, as emphasized, the Premier, through the elevated priorities and the provision indicated that the provision of skills will form a key aspect of our substance abuse rehabilitation, GBV victim and homeless empowerment work within our communities. Is my 5 minutes also done?
Yes, we have 15 seconds over, in fact. Thank you. You're welcome, Honorable Chief Whip Makubele.
It wasn't added.
Having found the strength to come after burying your brother, right after burying your brother, to come and join us, sending strength to you and your family. Your time was expired. Your date was low, was up or up, something like that. Oh, okay, well, now you are a chance. You can stretch it. Honorable Nteke.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. For the first time since 2014, I'm debating a budget for a department that nearly caused a more severe tragedy than life at Sidimeni. In this House, I believe we were united in agreeing that such a tragedy should be prevented from ever taking place in this province again. For years, I've highlighted that the Gauteng Department of Social Development has poor or no monitoring and evaluation systems. To date, the department is still unable to tell this House factually if there are ghost NPOs in the system. Let me define ghost NPOs so that we are clear and there's no confusion. My definition of a ghost NPO is an organization that is receiving funding from the department to render a service, yet there is no service being rendered and no beneficiaries in some cases. The department has also been unable to tell us whether they've audited the almost 2,500 NPOs they were funding to determine if there are any ghost NPOs. Furthermore, the Premier has come up with elevated priorities. Unfortunately, to meet these priorities, the department almost destroyed the NPOs that provided much-needed services to older persons, persons with disabilities, children, and people affected and infected by HIV and AIDS. While one understands these elevated priorities, one cannot prioritize one challenge over another in social development. A drug addict or an unemployed youth cannot be more important than an elderly person in frail care, a quadriplegic, an orphaned child, or a person that is HIV positive. All are equally vulnerable and need to be assisted. Since April, we are still waiting for information from the department on how many MPOs have already closed their doors because they did not have the means to pay salaries with the reprioritization. We also do not know how many beneficiaries have suffered due to this poorly informed decision. I agree that there may be NPOs who have compromised care to beneficiaries by being non-compliant. However, the following questions have not been answered to our satisfaction. Was the department ready to stop funding for MPOs because of a few that were non-compliant? While the department has now considered that they were wrong, and I do not want to ask, in the revised budget, there is a possible 158 million unallocated. What is going to happen to the people who were receiving services from those NPOs that are now not going to be funded? Will the state take care of these beneficiaries? Again, I doubt the state even has the capacity. In real terms, how much work has taken place with all the municipalities to address the issue of health certificates? which are forever contributing to NPOs being termed as being non-compliant. Some of the programs that will receive more funding are those that have underperformed or failed to meet their targets in previous years. Let me be clear, 4 years. This is unacceptable and does not make any sense whatsoever. Deputy Speaker, the DA is not going to be supporting this budget. I also believe there needs to be some serious soul-searching in the Department of Social Development, because you cannot make decisions that compromise the vulnerable without thinking seriously what your alternative plan will be to look after them. Thank you.
Honorable Mokwala.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Economic Freedom Fighters rejects this budget because we note over the 5 billion allocation towards the Department of Social Development for the 2023 and 2024 financial year. This budget allocation sees a slight increase from the allocation from the previous year's Deputy Speaker, and we are aware of the view that there's certain inconsistencies that do not warrant this increase.
Order.
Deputy Speaker, the EFF understands the importance of social development, particularly in a fractured and unequal society as ours, battling intolerable levels of poverty, crime, as well as violence. However, the EFF is particularly critical of this budget, as well as the way this department operates, as this department operates in silos from the health, education, as well as economic development. Deputy Speaker, it is our submission that to address the complex developmental needs of province such as ours, social development ought to have an create working relationship with the Department of Economic Development. There is a tendency of over-reliance on this department to fix all the developmental challenges of this province, where this department is tasked with combating social challenges brought on by failures of other departments, and this ought to be called out. Societal challenges brought on by poverty and unemployment, which include crime and violence, as well as community and school safety, require a holistic approach where all the relevant departments work closely together in things like diversion programs for youth, also be accompanied by rigorous school safety programs, and because these departments exist only in silos. Deputy Speaker, the EFF is of the view that the budget allocation for social development should be accompanied with greater departmental cooperation between economic development, Department of Education, as well as community safety. Until greater cooperation is fostered between the programs of this department, will not have any long-lasting impact. The EFF takes note of the reduction in the budget allocation towards Program 1 around administration. Throughout departmental debates this week, we have consistently maintained that we are most skeptical of programs around job creation, where programs like EPWP are easily hijacked and used as electioneering programs, and only hiring is done along partisan lines, and ANC volunteers are the only ones who have access to such opportunities. This is why we approach with skepticism the projected 22,000 jobs to be created by the department in the 2022 and 2023 financial year, considering how elections are fast approaching. The EFF expressed concern at how the reduction in the budget around car and support for families, whereas it is stated that the number of family members participating in this program has increased. To put it bluntly, it does not make sense because the need will far exceed the available resources. Deputy Speaker, the EFF is concerned that the department aligning its strategic posture with elevated priorities of this administration might have somewhat resulted in the department moving away from its core and its mandate. In terms of restorative services, in yesterday's debate, we spoke out against the duplication of services and initiatives in terms of combating GBV in the province, where COGTA wants to equip CDWS in terms of fighting GBV within communities. Yet there is already so many stakeholders, including the invisible GBV brigade. Deputy Speaker, in terms of combating GBV, there is a duplication, yet the monitoring around all these initiatives around GBV falls short, as well as the impact of all these programs to fight GBV. And this is explained in the department of failing in Q4 to meet its target around victims of GBV accessing shelters. Earlier this year, the MEC was put on the spot in accounting as to why the funding for NGOs was cut, as well as the issue around school uniforms. The department in the previous year failed dismally in providing school uniforms where the target of 185,000 was far from met. Deputy Speaker, the EFF rejected this budget tabled by the department. This department will not adequately cover the departmental programs across all quarters. Furthermore, we note that the reduction towards programs around social welfare, which will continue to negatively vulnerable groups like the elderly. The EFF is of the view that the greater department cooperation between education, community safety, as well as economic development should be established towards the creation of a holistic department of social development that considers the root cause of violence, as well as proactively tackle poverty in alleviating social ills like crime. The EFF rejects this budget because in terms of social welfare services, we have expressed and we continuously express our concern as the EFF that the sharp reduce in the budget around these programs, as Deputy Speaker. With that, the engagements held with these older persons around revealed that there is a tendency to avoid engaging with older persons and assuming their needs without asking them.
Makwala. Honorable Engelbrecht.
Deputy Speaker, the past 4 months have been a time of huge turmoil and uncertainty for the MPO sector. The number of funded MPOs in this province is a critical indicator of how many of our residents are dependent on these services. Yet, the sector has been faced with substantial funding challenges, resulting in insufficient support for the most vulnerable and disadvantaged members of our society. The original budget that was approved in this House had the following reductions directly affecting MPOs. Older person sector reduced by 77.3 million. The disabled persons reduced by 51.8 million. Care and services to families reduced by 61.8 million. HIV and AIDS reduced by 235.5 million. And abused and neglected children was reduced by 48.4 million. This attitude towards MPOs created an ill-fated situation for these organizations, leaving them without adequate support for their operations, and created the situation where hundreds of MPOs were facing closure with the 60% reduction, and no financial support for social workers, resulting in many of them facing retrenchments. This happened while thousands of older people, abused, neglected children, and those with disabilities were uncertain, fearful, and afraid of their future. Due to continued pressure from the DA, with a petition, more than 7,000 signatures, TV, Facebook, newspapers, TikTok, radio, etc., the Premier and the MEC were forced to backtrack on this decision. After negotiations with the MPO sector, it was agreed that the same funding would be provided as the previous financial year. This is a very clear indication that the failed policies of the ANC are coming home to roost, and the residents' eyes have opened to the continual deceptions of this party. This new budget, however, is difficult to analyse, as it still hasn't been presented to the portfolio or been approved by this House. 3 weeks after making the dramatic turnaround in funding, the budget is still not available to peruse or analyse. This confusion in a department responsible for the quality of thousands of lives has shown how this administration treats the most vulnerable and disadvantaged residents. The continual intervention by the DA will continue. Thank you.
Honorable Dilange.
Deputy Speaker,
Honorable Dilange.
I am here. There's just some disruption. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. Go ahead, order members.
Within the broader spectrum of disciplines covered by social development, the allocation of funding towards care for the elderly, disabled, destitute and orphan children should receive priority. The proposed reconfiguration of funding by the Department of Social Development, shifting their focus from child and social welfare priorities to addressing needs relating to skills development, substance abuse, homelessness in Gauteng townships and informal settlements is therefore an issue of great concern. Allocating a quarter of the entire provincial NPO budget to reprioritize areas would inevitably result in a poverty spiral directly affecting destitute children, elderly and disabled persons. Not only will many organizations be facing imminent closure, but it also adds to the creation of massive unemployment amongst the social service professionals adversely affected by the policy decision. As the elderly population increased by about 3% per year over the medium term, the number of beneficiaries who receive old age grants
Thank you, Honourable
expected to increase. Yes, ma'am. Madam Speaker.
Yes, thank you. Honourable Miller. Okay.
Thank you, Deputy Madam Speaker. Social workers are one of the few professions that can claim that they have made a tangible difference in the lives of our residents. However, they have been overburdened and cannot cope with the current workload, while the budget for social welfare has been decreased. This is while the department has a vacancy rate of 493. How many of these are for social workers, we do not know. The overburdening of our social workers has a negative impact on the quality of services rendered to the most vulnerable in our society and the organisations trying to assist them. The filling of vacancies, particularly in the field of social workers, must become a priority for the department. MEC, social workers cannot do this enormous workload alone, but need your financial aid to ensure all vulnerable residents of Gauteng are receiving the much-needed care they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Makakula. Order. Honourable Miller. Sorry, Honourable Makakula.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Honourable Speaker, Honourable Deputy Speaker, Honourable Chairperson of Committees, Deputy Chairperson of Committees, Honourable Freeman of Gauteng, Chief Whip of the Majority Party, members of the Executive Council, Honourable members of the Legislature, distinguished guests and people of Gauteng who have joined us from different media platforms. Madam Speaker, Section 27, subsection 1C of the Constitution of South Africa states that everyone has a right to have access to social security, including if they are unable to support themselves and their dependents. Appropriate social assistance, Section 27, subsection 3 further states that the state may not unfairly discriminate directly or indirectly against anyone on one or more grounds, including race, gender, sex, pregnancy, marital status, ethnic or social origin, color, sexual orientation, age, disabilities, religion, conscience, belief, culture, language, and birth. Madam Deputy Speaker, again, this background, May is celebrated as Workers' Month after May 1st, popularly known as May Day. It is also called Workers' Day or International Workers' Day. We do so in commemorating the historic struggles and gains waged by workers and the labour movement internationally. Workers are protected by the Constitution of South Africa. As we celebrate workers' rights, we do so in remembrance of the late Comrade John Pisi, a former leader of Nehau, COSATU, ANC and SACP. Yesterday, we celebrated Africa Day in honor of the revolutionary leaders of Africa who fought against abuse of human rights by heartless colonizers across the continent. As the ANC-led government, we have a responsibility to build non-racial, non-sexist, united society as underpinned by our long-held vision of national democratic society. The social transformation agenda is part of our broader struggle, social change to build a better life for all. Madam Deputy Speaker, we are pleased by the efforts of the ANC-led government under the leadership of Honorable Panyaza Lesufi as our Premier. 148,000 beneficiaries will receive food parcels through home-based care centers, compared while in the previous financial year, only 136,000 beneficiaries benefited and were assisted with food parcels, while 3,000 homelessness people will be admitted to homeless shelters across the province. We commend the department for carrying that mandate. We all know that drugs and substance abuse are terrorizing our people, especially the youth who are the future leaders of our country. I am pleased that the number of beneficiaries that will be reached through substance abuse prevention program are at 1.3 million in the current financial year, while the number of service users who accessed inpatient treatment services at funded institutions has increased to 3,172 compared to 3,156 in the previous financial year. We also note that the number of family members participating in family preservation services has also increased to 144,000 in the current financial year, when we compared to the 119,000 that was reached in the previous financial year. While the number of family members reunited with their families has also reached 2,114 in the current financial year compared to the 188,000 in the previous financial year. Indeed, we are making inroads in improving the lives of the people of Gauteng. Once again, Madam Deputy Speaker, we are pleased that the department will reach 19,675 beneficiaries through community-based services and 6,146 through residential facilities for elder persons, while 4,265 persons with disability will access protective workshops for their economic empowerment. The Welfare to Work program, which was introduced for the very first time in 2014, has been progressively upscaled, targeting young women who are dependent on child support grants with the aim to facilitate their access to sustainable livelihood and participating in the economic through skills development and job placements. The department planned to continue with the program in the 2023-24 financial year by making sure that 25,726 beneficiaries are participating in this program. Honourable members, we note with enthusiasm the budget allocated to new infrastructure projects for 2022-23 financial year, which include the construction of the following facilities across the province. One, Soshanguve, Pretoria West Townlands, inpatient rehab centers. Khutsong Social Integrated Facility, Bekasdal Social Integrated Facility, Bantubonke Social Integrated Facility, Sharpeville ECD and Residential Facility. Wipatong Social Integrated Facility also is part of this. We also note that the 6.2 million has been allocated for the rehabilitation of Father Smangaliso Mkhatshwa CYCC Center. And also 4 million for the overhauling of existing buildings to accommodate homelessness in Benoni. We also commend the department for doing that. We commend the Department of Social Development for putting together this budget to accelerate service delivery for the people of Gauteng province. We will support to fulfill in commitment and plans of rolling back the frontiers of poverty in our communities. It is in this regard that the ANC support Vote 6 budget. We are working together with our communities. We remoho rikaufela. I thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Makakula. ABC.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Perhaps we should start by indicating that, the biggest problem with political expediency and politicking and the game of politics is that lies have short legs. Madam Speaker, Member Engelbrecht comes here and talks about how cruel this government is. Comes here to tell us that we took money away from the vulnerable, and comes here to claim we were creating another life estimate. But what she does not tell the House is that in Western Cape, where the DA governs, at the very same time that we were dealing with cuts and issues of reprioritization right here, in Western Cape, the very same thing was happening. But you were silent, and you come here and you claim to care about the NPOs. The very same Western Cape, where you govern, has cut its budget by 500 million. Facts. The very same Western Cape where you govern, articles were written about how NPOs were being slashed of their funds, shelters were closing, and GBV projects were closing. So you come here and you grandstand today, claiming to care for NPOs. So where was this noise that you were making in Gauteng that you were not making in Western Cape? Is this the consistency that we talk about as the DA when you talk about caring for NPOs? What you should have done was to be consistent. When you claim that you care about NPOs and are against slashes and cuts, at least do your research. Because your Western Cape, whilst our budget sits at 2.3 billion, Western Cape sits at 1 billion. So when you go around and indicate that Gauteng does not care for the vulnerable, the facts speak for themselves. The facts prove that this province actually spends more than double on NPOs and the vulnerable. So how do you begin to say you care? What I find very interesting and what I would have found very laughable has had this case gone to court, I would have been interested to hear what you would have said as you claim to care for NPOs. Now, as it pertains to issues around GBV and the work that we are doing, it goes without saying that the departments are working together with the Department of Community Safety. But further beyond that, you come here and speak about ghost NPOs. You're not telling us a revelation. It was the Premier who, in the SOPA, spoke about an audit that needs to take place. As we indicated, as we sit here, Premier indicated. Premier was the one to first pronounce on an audit that will take place. It was Premier Lesufi who indicated that an audit will take place. It was not your genius idea, so don't ride on words and work that we are going to do and claim them as your own. Premier has indicated that an audit will take place, and you would do yourself very well to listen so that you don't make and embarrass yourself as you're currently doing. So as it pertains to the work as we are doing, we will be having an NPO summit as we have indicated.
Honorable, MEC, just hang on a bit. Honorable Engelbrecht, we must be able, all of us, to hear the speech, ne? Honorable Litwalo, I was not giving you inspiration as well. Order. Order. Hey, Honorable Ezra. Honorable, can I be listened to? Can I be listened to? Let's not exploit the rules. Let's not exploit the rules in terms of heckling, colleagues. Allow those who are at home and those who are virtual and everybody else to hear what is being said. So there's a fine line in heckling each other and also allowing us to. So these things of getting you out of the room, they don't only apply to Member Masoleng. No one is immune, ne? So let's allow, yeah, you know what must happen. Let's have the same decorum, especially for those who are at home. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We understand, you know how painelwa when you've been shown to be a liar that you are. The facts speak for themselves. So, thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to indicate and reiterate that this province can never and must never be confused with that which the Western Cape is doing. This province and its facts continue to show that we continue to spend on the vulnerable, and we are ensuring that we deliver accordingly. Our work speaks for itself. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Secretary, please take us to the next order.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Consideration of Transport and Logistic Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the detail of Department of Roads and Transport Budget Vote number 9 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G001 of 2023 for the 2023-2024 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you. I must take a break. Honorable Shnema, please.
Schneemann, you are on the floor.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. I rise to table the committee's report, the Transport and Logistics Portfolio Committee's report on Budget Vote 9 of the Appropriation Bill. And may I also request that the parts of the report that I don't read be taken as read, as it was distributed. In the current financial year, the committee noted that the department has been allocated a budget of 8.4 billion rand financed through the equitable share, amounting to 4.5 billion rand, and conditional grants totaling 3.9 billion rand. The committee noted that the budget allocation increased by an amount of 538 million rand compared to the previous financial year. The committee further noted that the budget allocation for transport infrastructure, transport regulation and transport operations programs have been increased in the current financial year, whilst the allocated budget for administration and the Gautrain was decreased by 73 million and 150 million rand respectively. The committee is concerned over the decrease of the allocated budget for these programs, noting the need to finalise and implement the new organisational structure, as well as the downward trend in rail and bus passenger trips, which resulted in higher than projected patronage guarantee costs in the previous financial years for the Gautrain. In terms of service delivery, the committee noted that the administration programme will continue with the awarding of procurement expenditure to women, youth and persons with disabilities through a variety of programmes in partnership with various partners in the province, as well as the EPWP on infrastructure projects in line with the policy priorities, as there is an emphasis on empowering women, youth and persons with disabilities. In the Transport Infrastructure Programme, the committee noted that the department will continue with the upgrading of the K69, the K73 and K46 in the financial year under review, and the committee is hopeful that the construction progress will be achieved in the current financial year, and specific measures should be put in place to ensure challenges experienced in the early stages of the implementation are addressed timelessly with minimal impact on planned budgets and project timelines. The committee further noted that the measures the measures that have been put in place with the provincial and City of Tshwane Departments of Human Settlements to finalise the relocation of the illegal human settlements on the K54 in Mamelodi, and processes of appointing a new contractor are underway. With regards to the maintenance of traffic lights on provincial roads, the committee noted that the allocated budget for the current financial year has been earmarked to address maintenance, installation, upgrades and geometric modifications to support installations across the 400 traffic signals in the 5 regions of the province for the current and the next financial year. According to the department, the budget might be exhausted by November 2023, and alternative measures are being sourced on how to address current maintenance challenges in line with the allocated budget. Taking into consideration the above, the committee is concerned about the insufficient budget maintenance of traffic lights on provincial roads, noting the current state of traffic lights on our provincial roads. With regards to the Transport Operations Programme, the committee noted that the department will continue to provide bus subsidies to 8 contractors in the current financial year, and they will also continue to monitor 98% of subsidised contracted bus fleets electronically along the 3,433 bus routes. According to the department, measures are being negotiated and developed for implementation and addressing the challenges of poor service delivery within the Public Transport Operations Grant. The committee is concerned over the continuing poor service delivery with the subsidised bus contracts, especially the North West Star bus contracts, and the impact that is exacted to the community of Hammanskraal, who are left to utilise one mode of transport which they have deemed to be unaffordable in the long run. On the Transport Regulation Programme, the committee noted that the programme is expected to collect revenue amounting to R4.4 billion through the licensing facilities in the current financial year. Furthermore, the committee noted that the department has halted the construction of new driver licence testing centres pending the assessment that the CSIR was engaged on in terms of operationalising and identification of best locations going forward. According to the department, the increase in the previous financial year was to allow the unit to start a project on CCTV cameras and the installation of UPS units at the various centres due to the prevalence of load shedding in the country. The committee will continue to provide oversight on the implementation thereof, as these challenges are impacting on the functionality of driver licence testing centres and the provision of services to the general public. With regards to the Gautrain Management Agency, the committee noted that the allocated budget for the Gautrain is mainly for operations and maintenance of the train service in the current financial year. On G-Fleet Management, the committee noted that the allocated budget for the current financial year is mainly for human resource capacitation, improvement of IT systems and the development of the logistics function within the entity as part of the reviewed mandate of the Department of Transport. The committee noted that the budget of the department is sufficient to deliver on its mandates. However, it is concerning that the department has been failing to properly manage the infrastructure projects in the province. The committee will continue to put emphasis on the challenges experienced, as it is through finding amicable solutions that are implementable that will enhance the performance of the department and its entities in the long run. As I move just to some of the committee's concerns, the committee is concerned about: 1, the slow pace in the implementation of roads projects, noting the deteriorating state of provincial and municipal roads; 2, the slow pace on the signing of MOUs and possible development of plans and collaboration of budget allocations for the rehabilitation of the current state of road infrastructure in the province; 3, the continuing poor service delivery within the subsidised bus contracts, especially the North West Star bus contracts, and the impact exacted to the community of Hammanskraal, which I've mentioned earlier; and 4, the insufficient budget on the maintenance of traffic lights on provincial roads for the current and next financial year. As I move to recommendations, the committee recommends that the department should provide a detailed report by the 31st of July this year on the following: 1, the implementation plan and progress made in the maintenance of provincial and municipal roads in the province; 2, the progress made in the signing of MOUs with all Gauteng municipalities; on the collaboration of budgets and plans to enhance maintenance of provincial and municipal roads. 3, the proposed plans and measures to address continuing poor service delivery within the Public Transport Operations Grant, in particular the North West Star bus operations in the Hammanskraal area. And 4, the request for the additional funds from Provincial Treasury to cater for the maintenance of traffic lights in the current and the next financial year. The committee would like to express its appreciation to the MEC and the HOD and the team of officials for their cooperation and assistance in this process and in interacting with us. I'd also like to express appreciation to all the committee members for their participation in the budget process. And finally, we'd also like to thank the committee section, the committee support team, for all their work and efforts in helping to make the various meetings possible. After due consideration, the Roads and Transport Portfolio Committee adopted the report on Budget Vote 9 of the Appropriation Bill for the 2023-2024 financial year. In terms of Rule 117(2)(c), Rule 117(2)(c), read together with Rule 164, the Portfolio Committee on Roads and Transport recommends that the report on Budget Vote 9 of the Appropriation Bill for the 2023-2024 financial year be adopted, taking into account the concerns and recommendations tabled in this report. I thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder? Any seconder to the report? Honourable Mfikwe.
Thanks, Acting Speaker. I stand to second the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I pose a question. All those in favour say yes.
Yes.
And those who are not in favour say no. The yes have it. Secretary, the next order.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs. Budget speech and debate of the detail of the Department of Road and Transport Budget Vote number 9 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G001 of 2023 for the 2023-2024 financial year. Thank you.
I now call upon the MEC, KP Diale Tlavela, to present the budget speech.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Re ke thome ka go dumedisa tonakgolo ya rona Ntate Panyaza Lesufi and badiramogo ka nna who have joined us online. And good afternoon to the Honourable Chief Whip of the Majority Party, Honourable Comrade Lesego Makhubela. Greetings to all political party leaders present here today, honourable members of this august house, the Gauteng transport sector that has joined us in the gallery, as well as all guests present here today. Ke re go baagi ba Gauteng, amogelang madume aka a tsa go nna setlogolo sa bagwasha le bakwena ngwetsi ya bakone. It is with great humility that I stand in front of this august house to deliver my maiden budget vote speech for the Department of Roads and Transport 2023-2024 financial year. Deputy Chair of Chairs, our speech today is inspired by the story of Mam Kize in Etwatwa in Ekurhuleni, an elderly woman who looks after her grandchild who lost his mobility in a road crash and now wheelchair bound. While she expresses her disquiet with the fact that our government could have done better to assist them, Mam Kize acknowledges the challenges faced by government and stated that all citizens need to play their role and contribute to make government work. Important to Mam Kize is that we must fix the potholes, improve the conditions of our roads, help reduce the accidents, and for all of us to take responsibility for road safety. Deputy Chair of Chairs, there are interesting lessons of governance and accountability in the message from Mam Kize. That is why we conceptualized Aga Le Rona as a service delivery accelerator program. Aga Le Rona is our programmatic response to the call made by Honourable Premier Panyaza Lesufi to ensure that all the previously neglected areas in Gauteng are better and respectable. We are inspired by our forebearers who led the Mzansi people during even more difficult days in the past, and we are encouraged today by the action-driven leadership approach always demonstrated by our Premier, who in his State of the Province address enjoined us to talk less and do more. This budget speech serves to demonstrate how we are going to implement the Gauteng Integrated Transport Master Plan in the context of elevated priorities as pronounced in SOPA. Our budget is around 8.4 billion, and in that we have allocated 345 for administration and 2.1 billion is allocated for transport infrastructure development to fast-track planning, design, construction and maintenance of road infrastructure in our province. We also have allocated 3.1 billion for transport operations, while transport regulation is given 339.4 million, and the Gautrain Management Agency is allocated 2.5 billion. We have adopted a recruitment plan to fill all funded vacancies, especially the technical and general workers, critical to monitor our 5,000-kilometer road network in our province. We are doubling our efforts to ensure improvement from the 2021-2022 audit outcomes. Our supply chain management policies under review to ensure compliance with the 2022 preferential procurement regulations. We also have, Deputy Chair of Chairs, adopted strategies to deal with the high rate of litigations that our department is faced with, corruption and lack of capacity, and these are amongst others that hinder and derail our work. Deputy Chair of Chairs, I'm happy to announce to this August House that we have taken a decision to revive the Kudu Sport Laboratory in this financial year and restore it to its full functionality to assist with quality testing of materials that we use for road infrastructure development programs. And we will also make sure that we retrain the lab technicians so that we gain back our ISO accreditation. Honorable members, transport infrastructure development is critical for spatial transformation and the overall improvement of mobility across the more than 5,000 kilometers of our provincial road network. In our efforts to lead the economic recovery of our province, we are building 18 major arterial roads to support the special economic zones as pronounced by the ANC-led government. These roads will facilitate seamless mobility and unlock economic opportunities. Like the chair of the Portfolio Committee has mentioned in his report, the roads are mentioned also in our speech that will be circulated through ATC. Ntateng Kanyane, the people of Gauteng have told us that they are less interested in whether the road belongs to the national, provincial or municipality. All they want to see is that the roads are maintained, grass is cut and potholes are fixed in Gauteng. And in responding to that, we have facilitated a process to ensure that we sign memorandum of agreement with all the municipalities to allow us as the province to intervene on the municipal roads. And my colleagues MMCs are here coming from different municipalities in our province, and greetings to all of you there. Deputy Chair of Chairs, we are on a daily basis in the 26 identified townships as pronounced in our SOPA. We are also fast-tracking, Member Shabalala, the refurbishment of 40 municipal roads in Emfuleni. Sirope, Seabenya Road in Sidibeng region will be fixed. Tamaya Road in Mamelodi is being fixed. Tamaya Road in Mams, Iyatamaya. In collaboration with the taxi industry and stakeholders within the taxi economy, we are finalizing consultation on what the Premier termed as the taxi rank of the future. The Vereeniging Intermodal Facility, estimated at 300 million, will serve as a pilot for the one-stop facility for us. Honorable members, we are turning the tide against chronic underspending of the public transport operations grant. We are finalizing negotiated bus subsidy contract and shall make announcement before the end of June on the changes we are introducing to transform this sector and ensure that commuters are serviced properly. In collaboration with our sister department, Department of Economic Development, we are determined to ensure local taxi operators become not only consumers, but active participants in the transport value chain. Together with the transport sector in our province, we will ensure stability in the public transport system, especially amongst operators, including in the minibus taxis, buses, learner or scholar transport, e-hailing, and meter taxi services. In our fight against crime and lawlessness, we have reopened the Benoni impound facility, and we will be reopening 3 other such facilities in the current financial year. We will be introducing a smart, tamper-proof and secure new number plate system, which we aim to launch in October. We have committed to expand frontline licensing services with the objective of increasing access to the provision of these services. Our province is amongst the 6 provinces that have marked as having increased in fatal road crashes. I will not deliberate more. MEC Mazibuko has. Deputy Chair of Chess, our departmental revenue is generated through tax receipts, which comprises of motor vehicle registration and licensing fees. We are happy today to announce to this August House that in 2022-2023, we have increased the revenue by 140 million, which took us from 4.4 in 2021-22 to 4.5 billion. We have adopted a deliberate approach to achieve peak performance in all our entities. I'm pleased to announce that the Gautrain has become one of only 3 entities in the province to achieve the gold standard of 10 consecutive clean audits, and that its ridership has grown. And we have reprioritized the budget. That means the Gautrain will not require any additional funds from the provincial treasury or the department in the coming financial year. We are repurposing the G fleet. We are also updating the integrated transport master plan through our agency called Transport Authority of Gauteng. Deputy Chair of Chess, the Limpopo Gauteng Rail will happen, and this project is now led by our Gautrain Management Agency. Train ya Boma will be a reality, and it will be championed by us. We are also working hard and have established an intergovernmental forum with PRASA to look at fast-tracking the resuscitation of rail links.
Thank you, Honourable MEC, for your MEC maiden budget speech. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chess.
Honourable Du Plessis.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chair. Gauteng is the financial hub of South Africa, which links roads from Limpopo and Mpumalanga, the Northwest and Free State. Hence, this provincial government must keep our roads in good condition. We need to look at expanding our road infrastructure where possible. In addition, we need to monitor the different corridors in the province to create the most cost-effective and economically viable routes to transport goods and passengers. This department's 4th quarterly report indicates that the department is failing to maintain provincial roads. Targets of inspecting and resurfacing roads have not been met. The reason given for this is the delays in appointing service providers timelessly. The department is also failing to meet its targets on the expanded public works program, work opportunities which are contradictory to the policy priorities set out in both the State of the Nation address and the State of the Province address. Many court interdicts seems unresolved, which keeps hampering these outcomes. The target for the rehabilitation of roads was also not met, which includes blacktop patching and gravel roads bladed due to the deterioration of several roads. Infrastructure projects such as the Vereniging Taxi Rank are also behind schedule. The R82 road is also way behind schedule with noticeably slow workmanship. Another area of concern is the Sebokeng driver's license testing station, which has been abandoned for the last couple of years. This has led to this facility being vandalized and falling into disrepair at an alarming rate. G-Fleet is also one of the department's entities that sits with significant problems. After visiting the offices in KwaZulu-Natal and the Western Cape, it was found that the offices were understaffed and losing business at an alarming rate. Allegations of fraud and corruption were also highlighted in KwaZulu-Natal, where nearly 16 million rand disappeared. Some vehicles were also found not fitted with adequate tracker systems, which increased the scope for criminal activity. The Transport Operations Programme is also underspent by 20% and the Transport Regulation Programme by 17%. The department had a total allocation of 8.5 billion with actual expenditure of 7.7 billion. There is no intervention plan to curb under expenditure. It is concerning that the department did not spend 700 million at the end of the fourth quarter, similar to the 2021-2022 financial year. It is therefore clear that the department is failing the residents of Gauteng and that the possibility of total deadlock in 2030 is real. The department needs to take stock and realise that it's one of the main economic drivers in the province and that without adequate road and rail infrastructure, we are heading for a disaster. Lastly, another area of concern is the fact that we are seeing ever-changing weather patterns in our province, which will lead to more damage and deterioration, as there is no specific plan to address this. I thank you.
Thank you. Radebe.
Deputy Chairs of Chairs, I rise as a revolutionary rose of the economic emancipation, the economic freedom fighters to reject budget vote 9. And this is why we yet again find ourselves having to choose between what is right and what is wrong here. We have a mandate to oversee in ethical, morally, correct the progress of the most important department in the lives of the people of Gauteng. We are tired of cut and paste speeches every year. Regarding the location of the budget, it is important that the department should not overspend this budget that they are going to receive. We also know that the budget allocation for the department iyaqhubeka nje iyongezwa kodwa ama project out there abawaqedi. In the current financial year, the department was allocated a budget of just about 8.4 billion. Mamela. We also know that the budget allocation for the department, iyaqhubeka, while the allocated budget for administration and Gautrain was decreased. The EFF is not really bothered by the decrease because the Gautrain, we have said before, it's still saying this, we're still saying this. Gautrain is not pro-poor and does not cater for the masses of our people. Until such time, the Gautrain is accessible to all. It remains an unnecessary burden to the fiscus. Yes. Ours is to examine the expenditure of the department, honestly and sincere against what they were able to achieve, at what cost, and soberly state whether the achievement of targets, if anywhere within planned timeline, so as it may sound. We equally have a mandate to be fair to the people of Gauteng about the corruption that exists, yet swept under the carpet by the department. The department failed to meet the set target for numbers of kilometers of surfaced roads, visually accessed due to delays in the appointment of the service providers. We are told that, Deputy Chairs of Chairs, the EWP's workers' opportunities in the construction project were also not achieved in the quarter under review. But this is reported to be due to overachievement in quarter 1 and quarter 2. Funny how you play with words in your attempt to confuse the layman. Well, if the EPWP program is so successful, why not make them permanent and insource them? Deputy Chairs of Chairs, forgive our bluntness in this particular department, because already in the last financial year, the Auditor General of South Africa that performed audit procedures on the performance of this department said the department did not recognize all provisions in that retention in accordance with the requirement of modifying catch standard was not coherent. To just maybe, things have changed this time around. The new MEC will make us understand why was it so and what could be different today. If we are serious about growing Gauteng together, why is it that the AG was unable to determine the full extent of the understatement of provisions? Was it because the Department of Roads and Transport are still withholding the key information for the AG to do what is constitutionally mandated to do so? And there, before, the AG was unable to determine whether any adjustment were necessary to be provisions. The people of Gauteng deserve better than what this department is subjecting them. Is subjecting AG to, for us to be able to analyze, account, and hold the executive responsible accountable.
And thank you, Honourable Member. Your time is up. Honourable A.D. Lange.
Speaker, Acting Speaker, thank you very much. Gauteng, with its main arterial networks and being classified as the economic hub of the country, plays a pivotal role as point of both origin and destination for transfer of goods and services. Currently, more and more companies rely on trucks to transport goods to consumers, thereby placing an increasing burden on an already deteriorating infrastructure. This inevitably results in reduced mobility, with a domino effect on the economic stability of lower income areas. Let me conclude by quoting the J.F. Kennedy, and I quote, "It is not our good economy that gave us, the USA, good roads, but it is our good roads that gave us our good economy." Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Nell.
Thank you, Chair. I've mentioned many times before in this House the importance of the Transport Department in the context of the Gauteng economy. Transport is an economic enabler that significantly influences spatial development patterns and unlocks opportunities for individuals, businesses, and organizations. Transport creates a velocity of goods and people that generates economic growth. We have to look towards the future and envision what Gauteng must look like and how it should function 10, 20, 30, 50 years from now. Currently, that vision is contained in our Integrated Transport Master Plan for the province. The plan sets clear transport priorities for our province, where we need to focus to grow this province economically. Now, when you have a plan and you want it to succeed, then you need to align your resources to enable your plan to succeed. This means that you start cutting funding on items that no longer contributes towards your plan, and you shift resources in favour of those items that support your vision for the province. It therefore stands to reason that when a budget is drafted for transport in our province, your budget priorities must mirror your strategic priorities as contained in the Transport Master Plan. So when we evaluate the budget that we are debating today, we have to use this framework to determine whether the budget contributes towards the future of Gauteng or whether it sustains the status quo. What we need to see in front of us today is a budget that leads change towards a preferred future for transport in Gauteng. Unfortunately, this budget does not lead change for the future, it merely entrenches the past. A cut and paste exercise. The ITMP 25 sets 10 key interventions required to build a proper transport system for Gauteng. And when one looks at the roads and transport budget, not even a fraction of this budget contributes towards the realization of these 10 key interventions. You see a budget can be misleading because when you look at a nice typeset budget with figures and plans, you might think that it is working according to a plan. But when you seek the meaning of these numbers, you need to compare it to something that gives it meaning. This budget, when properly examined, provides no meaning. The budget prioritizes transport, buses, Gautrain transport infrastructure, transport regulation, all which constitutes 91% of the department's budget. What we need to ask is where is the provision for the plans to direct human settlements, local economic nodes, land use densification, mainstreaming NMT, establishing freight hubs, and building province-wide mobility. We also need to know where the funding will come from for the construction of integrated rapid and road transport networks and for the establishment of rail as our transport backbone. These priorities cannot be found in this budget. Which is also not found in this budget, Chair, is provision for settling the e-toll debt that this province promised it would do. So we're still stuck with that system. Speaker, the one area that also needs urgent attention is the way in which we plan. We need province-wide and indeed national agreement around this, or else we will remain stuck in the past. We should move away from projected demand forecasting as our basis of planning and move to an approach where we work towards a preferred transport future in our province. This will assist to deal with uncertainties in transport planning and concretise a vision for transport in Gauteng. Speaker, the DA cannot support this budget because it does not lead change and it does not align to any plan that would realise an ideal transport future for our province. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Mfikwe.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Ke lebise hlompho ho wena modulasetulo. Ke lebise hlompho ho speakera sa rona se hlomphehileng, Deputy Speaker, Chair of Chairs, Deputy Chair of Chairs, to the Chief Whip of the Majority Party, and Tate Makhubela. Ke a tshepa o lokile ngwaneso. Matshidiso ke ao. Deputy Chief Whip, members of the Executive Council, committee chairpersons, honorable members of the legislature, distinguished guests, and people of Gauteng who have joined us from the different media platforms. Deputy Chair of Chairs, I'm an African and a proud one at that. Ke Tlou Motlakola. Ngwana wa Tlou e ntsho. Ke Motlakola o montsho wa Moniapea ya Modisa, more mophegisa dinong. Le magodi ga o akele. Motlakola wa Lekgorokgoro yo ntseng a re banna ba kae kwa Tlhakola. Deputy Chair of Chairs, yesterday, the 25th of May, we celebrated Africa Day. It was 60 years ago that the Organization of African Unity was born, which is the precursor to the African Union. Africa Day is intended to celebrate and acknowledge successes of the OAU, now called AU, from its creation in May 25th, 1963. Through the OAU, African countries fought side by side with the January 8th movement of our people against colonialism and apartheid, as well as tackling common challenges faced by African countries. Against this background, we remember those who were casualties of brutal apartheid onslaught against the broader liberation movement. Deputy Chair of Chairs, May is also known as Workers' Month, in celebration of protracted struggle for our workers' rights and social justice across the globe. We also take this opportunity to salute the late Comrade John Mpisi, the champion of workers' struggle. Comrade Tatana Mpisi led the struggles of COSATU to SACP, as well as the African National Congress, with passion and revolutionary morality. We dip our revolutionary banners and say he must continue resting in revolutionary peace. Chapter 4 of the National Development Plan 2030 calls for a need to invest in a strong network of economic infrastructure designed to support the country's medium as well as long-term economic as well as social objectives. This economic infrastructure is to enable the provision of basic services such as public transport, water, electricity, sanitation, and telecommunications. Similarly, in our 2019 elections manifesto, we called for investment in rail infrastructure to ensure a safe, reliable, and integrated mode of public transport. The manifesto further calls for the integration of various modes of transport through a single ticketing system. The spin-off Chair of Chairs, Deputy Chair of Chairs, is that we will see improved public transport to bridge geographic distances. That will be affordable, reliable, as well as safe, so that all South Africans can access previously inaccessible economic opportunities, social spaces, as well as services.
Tatana Mpisi, Deputy Chair of Chairs, was very passionate about public reliable transport that will ensure workers arrive safely and in time at their workplaces and going back home. Everything we are doing is in pursuance of the vision of the NDP to address the triple challenges of unemployment, poverty, and inequality. For this new financial year, Deputy Chair of Chairs, we know that the department has been allocated a budget of 8 billion and 400 and, okay, numbers there, but 8 billion. Through finance, finance through the equitable share amounting to 54% and conditional grants of 46%. We further note that the budget allocation has been increased by 6.7% comparatively to the last financial year. We also note, Deputy Chair of Chairs, that, and honourable members, that the administration and Gautrain has their allocation decreased from by 17.45% and 5.6% respectively. And we remain concerned that these decreases may hinder service delivery. We commend, however, Deputy Chair of Chairs, the department in prioritizing awarding of procurement expenditure to groups identified in women, youth, and people living with disabilities. We further note that the department will continue with upgrading the K69, K73, and K46 in this financial year. Principles of project management always are quality, time, and budget. We are therefore hopeful that the construction of the above project will be completed in time, MEC, and we will see good quality work according to project scope as well as according to the budget. Section 40 of the Constitution, Deputy Chair of Chairs, recognizes the three spheres of government, that they are distinctive, interdependent, and interrelated. We commend the department for putting measures in place to engage with the provincial and City of Tshwane Department of Human Settlements to finalize the relocation of the illegal human settlement that is sitting on K54 in Mamelodi, that is hindering the progress of the project. We applaud the department for also making funds available for maintenance, installation, upgrades, and geometric modification to support the installation of traffic lights in 5 regions in the province in this financial year, including in the next financial year. We commend the department further for continuing to provide bus subsidies to the 8 contractors. However, we request the department to resolve service delivery within the subsidized bus contracts, especially the Northwest Star bus contracts, and mitigate against the negative impact on the communities of Hammanskraal, who are left to utilize other modes of unaffordable transport. According to the department, transport regulation program is expected to collect revenue amounting to 4.4 billion through licensing facilities. The DLTCs that are attracting a lot of negative publicity, MEC, due to allegations of corruption taking place there. We appreciate that the department is putting measures to rid the DLTC from rotten practices. It is against this backdrop that we applaud the department for starting a project to install CCTV cameras and UPS at these DLTCs. This is a step in the right as well as positive direction. We note that the allocated budget for Gautrain is mainly for operations and maintenance of the bus service, noting that the G-Fleet budget as well is mainly for human resource capacitation, improving IT systems, and developing the logistical function that we want to see flourishing in the department. We have confidence, okay, Madam Speaker, well, I'm confused about it. We have confidence in the MEC and team that they will work hard to improve and service delivery for the people of Gauteng. Therefore, we support, as the January 8th movement, these budget allocations for the Department of Transport in the financial year 2023 and 2024, noting that having good and proper transportation systems facilitates an efficient movement of goods and services as well as promoting tourism. Madam Speaker, it will be remiss of me not to talk about the impact of the transport sector
on our environment and its contribution to climate change. More than 2/3 of greenhouse gas emissions are from the road transport. Honourable members, and they contribute 10.8% to the total emissions for our country. This places the transport sector second to energy sector, and we hope that as we continue regulating and improving this sector, we will also address its impact on climate change. As I conclude, Madam Speaker, let me quote Elijah Cummings when he said, open quotes, "Our transportation decisions determine more than where roads and bridges or tunnels or rail lines will be built. They determine connections and barriers that people will encounter in their daily lives. And that's how hard it is, or how easy it will be for people to get where they need and want to go. Remojo, we are indeed building better lives for Gautengers. Asante sana, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Dialet Labella.
Good afternoon, Speaker, and thank you very much. Maybe let me first start with Tate Nel, who has been here for quite some time. Tate Nel, it helps that you unlearn what you have learned. We have a plan in Gauteng, and as I said in my speech, we are working hard through our Transport Authority for Gauteng to ensure that we update it. But the plan is aligned with our elevated priorities, also aligned to what the national government has employed us to do. We are making significant progress in implementing and achieving all service delivery targets in the delivery agreement we have with the Premier. And we will make sure that we report regularly to the Portfolio Committee. Please attend. And the team led by Dr. Mdadan here will ensure, in serving people of Gauteng, will ensure that we deal with the chronic under-expenditure under PTOC. And I said that in my speech, and your colleague, Comrade Matsidi Somfikwe here, just schooled you on the program we are busy with. I just said, honorable members and honorable duplices, that we are working on an acceleration program to ensure that we complete all road infrastructure projects that we have set ourselves to achieve. And we plead that you also join us and join Member Nel in unlearning what you have learned. We are here, and we will ensure that we radically achieve, with the speed that it deserves, the quality road infrastructure for people of Gauteng. EPWP is not permanent jobs. And I request, Honorable Speaker, that honorable members must go familiarize themselves with a guideline document from our national government on what is EPWP. And in correcting the mistakes of the past, and as per what the Premier of Gauteng has pronounced in his SOPA, we will contribute up to 11,000 EPWP job opportunities and training opportunities for the people of Gauteng, especially the young people. This includes, Member Nel, please listen. The first group will be the 6,000 EPWP for Zivala Zonke workers and the 1.2 points persons to ease traffic and mobility during load shedding and peak hours. So it's not true that we are not determined. And these are opportunities for 24 months. We are playing our role, and that's why we have requested all of you to join us and play your part. Come and leagele rona Gauteng. I also spoke about what we have established as an intergovernmental forum that includes PRASA and Transnet to look at fast-tracking the resuscitation of rail links to Gauteng townships. lack of adequate rail connectivity adds to the cost of travel and increased traffic congestions for Gauteng people. So, Honorable Dilangi, we are working hard to improve on our rail link, and that's why you'll have the Premier and the Premier of Gauteng and Premier of Limpopo urging us to work around a Gau-Limpopo rail link. I hope you understand. So the rail link will enable the development and implementation of an efficient and effective passenger and freight rail system between these two provinces. It is not true that we are not improving on our expenditure patterns. Just in this year under review, for the first time, we have spent 97% of our budget. Oh, Nelly, please unlearn. The road maintenance program, I just said to this August House that on a daily basis, we are in all identified townships as per the SOPA pronouncement, fixing our roads, including road networks owned by municipalities. The MMCs who are here today with us have signed MOUs, except in Tshwane, where you are governing SDA. Please go tell Mateba to sign. We want to service people of Tshwane. The Vereeniging Intermodal Facility, we said to people of Gauteng in November that we are going to work hard to finalize and complete that project. And we started in November with different phases. The first phase was started in November, the second, and we have delivered according to our plans and our target. We're done with phase 1 and phase 2. We're going into phase 3. Nell, we're going to deliver this facility. You like it or not. So let's forget the past. I'm here now. I'm on the driving seat, so you'll see it. It will happen.
Wait, no.
The G-Fleet, added to our mandate, the Premier has pronounced that we are Department of Transport and Logistics. So as part of realizing the logistics, Madam Speaker, I'm disturbed. As part of,
Honorable Mateke, you are disturbing the MEC.
As part of ensuring that we implement on what is added to our mandate, which is the logistic aspect, we are now repurposing the G-Fleet. And by the 1st of July, we will be able to communicate to people of Gauteng what kind of a logistic office are we establishing as the provincial government. On fraud and corruption, Member Du Plessis, I think you must tell your colleagues in the DA the truth that this government led by Panyaza Lesufi is serious about fighting crime. We are the first ones to come to yourself as a portfolio committee to come and announce that we are going to Durban to arrest a former employee of the provincial government who stole from the people of Gauteng, and that person is now in the courts, and we have invited the portfolio committee to come with us. So we are serious about fighting fraud and corruption within our shores as government. The EFF, Banaba Rangwan, we agree we must not overspend, and that's why you will see and hear us in our speech that we have put measures in place to ensure that we spend the money of people of Gauteng prudently. And we urge you that familiarize yourselves with the frameworks that guides us, and also familiarize yourselves with the program of the department. It's not all bad. You are being lied to by Nell. And stop listening to Nell, because Papa Gerati will not like it. Madam Speaker, it's not true that Gautrain is not pro-poor. It's not true. Gautrain help us to ease traffic congestions on our road network as Gauteng people. Gautrain is not a train for the elites. You can imagine a person who comes from Hammanskraal. Nell, listen to this. Your GA government doesn't care about people of Hammanskraal. Listen to me. Gautrain is not for poor, Madam Speaker, and I urge the colleagues in the EFF to come and familiarize themselves on our program and what we do within the Gautrain. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable
It's not for
MEC. Can we ask the Secretary to read the next order?
Decision on the separate votes in the schedule to the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill J001 of 2023 for the 2023-2024 financial year.
I will now put the question on the separate votes in terms of Rule 223 sub 3. Vote 1, Office of the Premier. I now put the question on vote 1. All those in favor say yes. Yes. All those against say no.
No.
I'm aware that Honourable Peach, you wanted to do a declaration.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In terms of Rule 1061, I, Member Wildry Peach, on behalf of the Democratic Alliance, wishes to make a declaration in terms of the Gauteng Department of Sport and Recreation, Budget Vote 12, that we as the...
Honourable Peach, whoa. We're on vote 1, the Office of the Premier, and I was given your name.
Yeah, that's
If you are not making any declaration, can I pass? Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I am making
Honourable
a declaration
Makwala.
on the vote of the Premier. Madam Speaker.
Honourable Makwala,
Madam Speaker.
speak on what, Honourable Msimang?
I've made a submission for declaration, ma'am, on the office of the Premier.
Well, I was given the name of Honourable Peach. Maybe it's a mistake.
No,
Can
but
you
it's
listen
not
to
our
the
office. It's
declaration?
somebody in your office that has made that mistake.
Can you make the declaration?
Yes. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, we want this House to note that we will not be supporting the office, the budget in terms of the budget from the office of the Premier, as this budget is not talking to what the people of Gauteng is calling for, but in fact, it's just a populist a budget that is only aimed at increasing the ruling party's chances in 2024 elections. And therefore, the people of Gauteng must reject this budget and see it for what it is. And therefore, the Democratic Alliance will not be supporting this budget. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
In terms of vote 1, I think it was voted for. Can you go to vote 2, Gauteng Provincial Legislature? I now put the question on vote 2. All those in favor say yes. Yes. All not in favor say no. The yes have it. Vote 2 is adopted by the House. Can we have the next vote, which is vote 3, Economic Development? I now put the question on vote 3. All those in favor say yes. Yes. All those against say no.
No.
The yes have it. Vote 3 has been adopted by the House. Vote 4, Health. I now put the question on vote 4. All those in favor say yes. Yes. All not in favor say no. No. Honourable du Plessis, declaration. Okay, it's submitted for the sake of submitting. Honourable Makhane. Honourable Makhane addressed the House, not the people. I said do your declaration.
Thank you, Speaker. As the EFF, we reject the budget of the Department of Health simply because it does not speak to the poor people of Gauteng who are dependent on the public health care. With the allocated budget of 60 billion, we still have hospitals that go on for days without food and medicine. We still have doctors, nurses, and other health care workers that have not been paid in this province. Speaker, we know very well that this budget will not be used for what it is intended for. and millions will be returned back to Treasury because they will be unspent. The allocated budget will be used to settle litigations in this department. Why cut the health infrastructure budget by 300 million when the public health care institutions and facilities in the province are collapsing? The province is sitting with 9 hospitals without permanent CEOs. Yet the department is tasked with the responsibility of looking after the health of citizens of Gauteng. The EFF rejects the budget vote with the contempt it deserves. I'm from Townview.
The yes have it. Vote 4 is adopted by the House. I now go to vote 5, education. I now put a question. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
All not in favor say no.
No.
Honorable Masilela. No declaration. The yes have it. Vote 5 is adopted by the House. Vote 6, social development. I now put the question on vote 6. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All not in favor say no. The yes have it. Honorable Tilange. Honorable Tilange, declaration.
No, thank you, Speaker. We've made our point.
Okay. The yes have it. Vote 6 is adopted by the House. Vote 7, cooperative governance and traditional affairs. I now put the question on vote 7. All those in favor say yes. Yes. All not in favor say no. Yes. Honorable Tilange again.
We're fine, thank you, Speaker.
Honorable Makwala.
Well, fine, Speaker.
Okay. The yes have it. Vote 7 is adopted by the House. Vote 8, human settlement. I now put the question on vote 8. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All not in favor say no. Honorable Tilange.
No, thank you, Speaker. We're fine.
Okay. The yes have it. Vote 8 is adopted by the House. Vote 9, roads and transport. I now put the question on vote 9. All those in favor say yes. Yes. All not in favor say no. The yes have it.
No.
Vote 9 is adopted by the House. Vote 10, community safety. I now put the question on vote 10. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All not in favor say no. Honorable Hoffman. Honorable Hoffman.
We're fine, thank you, Speaker.
Vote 10 is adopted by the House. Vote 11, agriculture and rural development. I now put a question on vote 11. All those in favor say yes. Yes. All not in favor say no.
No.
The yes have it. Vote 11 is adopted by the House. Vote 12, sports, recreation, arts and culture. I now put the question on vote 12. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All
Madam
against
Speaker.
say no. Honorable Pitch.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now on vote 12. As I said before, we as the Democratic Alliance do not support, and we note the following items with concern. The department has severely cut this budget, and we consider it an austerity budget. The budget has decreased by 0.7%. However, the administration, sport and recreation program allocations has increased by 6% and 14.5% respectively. However, the compensation of employees as well as goods and services was allocated only 690 million rand, which shows a reduction of 2.1%. We are also extremely concerned that the extended public works program did not receive any allocation in this financial year. This program was not implemented in the last financial years, and it is worrying that the department has failed to implement such a much-needed program for job creation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The yes have it. Vote 12 is adopted by the House. Vote 13 in e-government. I now put the question on vote 13. All those in favor say yes. Yes. All not in favor say no. The yes have it. Vote 13 is adopted by the House. Vote 14, Gauteng Treasury. I now put the question on vote 14. All those in favor say yes. All those against say no. The yes have it. Vote 14 is adopted by the House. Vote 15 on infrastructure development. I now put the question all on vote 15. All those in favor say yes. All not in favor say no.
No.
Honorable Fuchs.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The government and ruling party, since the advent of democracy, has brought this country to the brink of being a failed state. To me, with an interest in infrastructure, the biggest disfavour done to our citizens is the failure to use high-impact infrastructure development as a means of providing services and supporting the economy. The inability to complete projects on time and within budget, poor performance of contractors, poor quality of structures, and a total failure of maintenance will only be resolved with a new approach. Infrastructure development led by the private sector, while taking emerging contractors under their wings to increase the pool of competent contractors, is urgently required. The MEC yesterday referred to an amount of money that he said was announced in SOPA that is somehow, somewhere set aside to deal with unfunded mandates. I hope that he's not referring to the dollars stored in the couch in Pala Pala. This budget, as underfunded as it is, does our citizens no favours and must be rejected. Thank you.
The ayes have it. Vote 15 is adopted by the House. Can I therefore request the Secretary to read the next order?
Decision on the schedule to the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G001-2023 for the 2023-24 financial year.
I now put the question in terms of Rule 223 sub 6 on the schedule to the Provincial Appropriation Bill G001 of 2023. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All those against say no. The yes have it. The schedule to the Provincial Appropriation Bill G001 2023 is adopted by the House. Can we have the next order?
Motion in terms of Rule 1172 A, read with 223 and Rule 224 on the adoption of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G001 2023 for the 2023-2024 financial year.
Honorable MC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Let me greet Premier, Deputy Speaker, Chief Whip, MSCs, honorable members. Honorable Speaker, I, the member of the Executive Council for Finance, Honorable Jacob Mamabolo, table the following motion in terms of Rule 1172A read with Rule 223 and Rule 224 on the adoption of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill 2023, that this House adopts the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill for 2023-2024 financial year. Thank you.
I now call for a seconder to the motion for the adoption of the Provincial Appropriation Bill G001 of 2023. Any seconder? Honorable Nyai.
I rise to second. Thank you very much.
Thank you. In terms of Rule 223 sub 7, the question on the adoption of a money bill shall be determined by a roll call. I now call on the Sergeant at Arms to ring the bells for 8 minutes as agreed to in terms of Rule 109. Thank you, thank you. Premier. Honorable Premier. Premier, we are disturbing my house. Premier. I shall a password. Honorable members, Premier, we are starting, please. I can keep a lento. Can you? Premier, today is gevaarlijk. I chase people from their house. Colleagues, we are now going to close our doors. As we close our doors, no one must go out, no one must come in. Can we close the doors? Service officers, please. It's Friday today, want to go home. The online, the doors are closed as well. No. The online, yeah, I want you to close the doors, then I will rule on that one. Can you close that door as well? Okay. Colleagues, how we're going to conduct this? Those that have joined online because their whips have given them permission because of reasons beyond their control, and they have submitted evidence of their whereabouts. We will only take the yes or no provided it's in the platform, or what I mean in the platform, the written text to the platform, and we should also hear the voice for those that are able to speak, because others are admitted in hospital, so we don't expect them to speak while they're in their hospital beds. So those that are here, Mamelani, those that are here, you either say yes if you are for the appropriation bill, and you say no if you are against. And for one member who was suspended earlier, Honorable Masoleng, she is here physically, but she is not participating. So that's the route that we're going to take.
Speaker.
So, colleagues, when we read your names, please bear with us. And I will request that if you are in the house, please, can you all have order and be quiet, because those that have joined virtually, we need to hear them, and they need to be, their vote needs to be recorded through Hansard. So we're now going to start.
Speaker.
We can't debate, we can't discuss now.
Chair, I just want to ask, who's in hospital? Can we know that before the time?
Who's what?
Who is in hospital?
Honorable Mutara is hospitalized. Honorable Mutara.
Speaker.
Honorable colleagues, I'm now going to request the Secretary to read the names.
Speaker.
Can you all have order? Discuss. You can't discuss now. Party leader of the party leader. If you rule, you must rule.
EFF. He's having a privilege to speak. He's the leader of the EFF.
Honorable members, can we therefore start with the voting process?
Speaker.
Secretary.
A. Lesufi.
Yes.
N. Komora Lehoko.
Yes.
El Makubela.
Yes.
Emi Kumalo.
Yes.
El Maile.
Yes.
El Maile.
Yes.
KP Dialetabela.
That's not Maide that responded. That's not Maide that
Honorable members, please, can you wait? At the end, you can argue.
KP
can't hear.
Dialetlavela,
Yes, Speaker.
PJ Mamabulo,
Yes.
Team Simanga, Team Simanga,
No.
JB Bloom, JB Bloom, IE Mukwebo,
No. No, 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 no.
ADW Alberts, ADW Alberts,
Was an apology.
Bishop DK Adams, BW Dlamini,
Yes.
AJ Fuchs,
No.
NM Tragaza Manamela,
Yes.
AWMK Musupye,
Yes.
MD Shope,
Yebo.
MK Chilwani,
Yes.
NF Mazibuko,
Ngiyavuma.
T Mutara. Okay, there is an indication on the chat. MJ Kanyani,
Yes.
TE Makagula,
Yes.
oh sorry, ES Malubani.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Apologies. BA Engelbrecht.
I do not support.
She has spoken.
I wasn't speaking to you.
NS Duplessis.
Honourable members, can we have order,
NS
please?
Duplessis.
I do not support. I am online. I will switch my camera on so that you can verify it's
Arenseke.
me.
Arenseke.
No.
Enramulifo.
No.
BF Badenhorst. BF Badenhorst. Keitong.
No.
P Makwala.
No.
Endi Njogwe.
No.
DDN Dlankomo.
Aye.
MG Mudise.
Yes.
Yo.
GD Schneemann.
Yebo.
WM Mateke.
Yes.
EV Mageman.
Yes.
Dr. B.W. Masuku.
Yebo.
BP Mngube.
Yes.
Dr. Eni Mokheti.
Yes.
RJ Kekana.
Yes.
TB Munyai.
Yes. Thank you.
DP Malema.
Yes.
DC Lidwaba.
Yes.
F. Hassan.
Yes.
AR Mokhali.
Yes.
WD Pitch.
No.
AM Randall.
No.
R. Robinson.
No.
EP Duplessis.
No.
AW Cilliers.
No.
FP Nell.
No.
JJ Hoffman. JJ Hoffman. A. Tilange.
No.
L. Masilela,
No.
B. Magene,
No.
ND Khatebe, MS Koma,
No. No.
Dr. MR Paladi Dikhamela,
Yes.
T. Ndlovu,
Yes.
B.E. Letswalo,
Yeah, maybe let's fix that part. Maybe let's fix that part, Madam Speaker. No,
B. Letswalo,
I want that part be fixed.
S. Kanyile,
I mean, it's quite unfair.
Yes.
S.M. Litsie,
That's it.
SM Litsie,
Can be.
MMA Mfikwe,
Yebo.
A.A. Ndlovana,
Yes.
B.E. Letswalo,
Once more, let's fix that part.
M.H. Chirota,
Letswalo didn't go. This must be recorded.
M.H. Chirota,
We must fix it now. Let's fix that part. I don't recognize it. When it's called like that, I don't recognize
Honourable
it.
members, we don't
M.H.
discuss when we are voting,
Chirota.
please.
No.
M.S. Chabalala,
No.
J. Miller,
No.
C. Bosch,
No.
S.J.P. Dos Santos,
No.
N.M. Diacher,
No.
P.G. Atkinson,
No.
That concludes the list, Madam Speaker.
Oh. Can I announce the results? Yeah? The results are as follows. Abstain 1. No vote 1. Suspended 1. Spoiled 1. No responses 5. No responses 5. The nays 28. The yes 36.
Can we have a recount?
Can I therefore request the whips? The whips, can the whips come and sign?
Speaker, point of order. Speaker. My understanding is on those numbers.
Can we listen to this?
My understanding is on those numbers that the budget is not passed because it's not a majority.
It's not majority.
Yes, you need 37 to be a majority. Out of 73 members in terms of the Constitution, you need 37 votes to pass this budget.
Simple majority. It's simple majority, Baba. A majority of what? Since I sent it after. Why not that was a trouble? Colleagues, thank you. Can I make a ruling? Can I, Deputy Speaker, whoa, please, it's Friday today. Can I therefore rule that the Provincial Appropriation Bill G001 of 2023 for 2023-2024 financial year has been adopted by the House? Thank you. That therefore takes us, Aibo. Colleagues, this concludes the business for the day. Our next meeting, our next sitting.
Point of order. Point of order. Madam,
our next sitting is the 6th.
Point of order. Madam Speaker, the Democratic Alliance would like to put on record that this budget is not passed and we disagree with your decision, and we request your decision to be referred to the Rules Committee.
That is noted. We note that. But the budget is passed by the House. Okay, the next meeting is on the 6th of June at 10 hours sharp. Thank you.
Speaker.
Speak, Amanda, you're still on record. Speak.
Yeah, I know. We are being overruled now. The Freedom Front Plus would like to put on record that we support the DA's fining. We also don't agree. Thank you.
We also don't agree. So, Hlangane Court, okay, advocate.
No, we're being overruled here. This is how it's done. It's being pushed through.
They want us to go to court. They want us to do something court. Maybe you should do that.
This is how the push things through. Crazy.